Good evening, good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are looking at a live shot looking into Gaza from Israel. There are the sounds of military activity, of fighting, and periodically I have seen explosions in the last 45 minutes or so. And so there's reported fighting going on. Certainly looks like, from what we're hearing and seeing, some fighting going on, and there are unconfirmed reports, these are unconfirmed reports, that there has been some sort of incident in which multiple Israeli soldiers were killed and wounded in Gaza. So we want to bring you the latest updates. Again, you are looking at a live shot. I'm going to bump up the audio, but I have seen a couple of explosions, and one quite big one. I'm trying to get the replay of that video, and also periodically have been hearing explosions. So we're going to try to get you the latest updates on this, what's going on. It's a little sketchy right now, kind of hard to figure out what's going on. I've heard some unconfirmed reports that Israeli media is not allowed to talk about this. That sometimes happens with Israeli military events, that the media is told you can't talk about something for a certain amount of time. But we'll give you some coverage of it right here. And I'm going to see if I can find the video of that explosion that I saw before coming on the air. I need to pull it up here and see if I can find it, but it was quite large. And we'll see what we can see and hear on this camera looking into northern Gaza. I got to scroll through. I just downloaded a video. I got to scroll through it. And then I'll tell you what some of the reporting is. But again, it's pretty sketchy right now. But definitely military activity going on in northern Gaza. And a bunch of reports claiming that... Oh, I see it right here. I got it. I found the replay. I found the replay of the explosion. I'm going to show you right now a replay from about 20 minutes ago. I just found it. Okay, let's see if I can play this for you right now. Is this going to work? Okay, this is a replay. Now watch your screen right here. Watch your screen right here. Look at that. Look at that. Right there. See that? That was about 20 minutes ago. Again, that was about 20 minutes ago. Check this out. Again, about 20 minutes ago. I saw it while I was getting ready to, I was, watching and reading updates on this, and I just saw that. So, again, that was about 20 minutes ago. So let me go back to the live shot. But clearly, there is some intense military activity going on in northern Gaza. I just heard a boom right there. I'm going to bump up the volume some more so you can hear it better. Hear that? Hear the booms? Hear the booms? You can hear them right now. Heard some periodic gunfire as well. So, and let me talk about some of these unconfirmed reports floating around. Al Jazeera, for example, says that Al Jazeera reported that Israeli sources said that 5 soldiers were killed in an ambush in northern Gaza, 5 Israeli soldiers, and more than 10 others wounded. That's unconfirmed. I have seen an Israeli Telegram account that I consider reliable has said they are hearing that there was some sort of incident in which Israeli soldiers were killed and wounded. So there's a number of unconfirmed reports floating around. That happening at the same time as clearly there's military activity going on in northern Gaza. And I have seen some accounts I follow that cover Israeli news claim that there is a blackout, media blackout ongoing about an incident in Gaza, which that kind of thing sometimes does happen there. Again, I can't confirm it, but between all these different reports I'm seeing, and clearly there's fighting going on in northern Gaza tonight, I would not be surprised if some of those reports turn out to be true. So N12 News, an N12 News Telegram account I follow, says that there is an extensive power outage. This was reported a couple hours ago. An extensive power outage in Sderot, which is in Israel, right near Gaza. Sderot reported that due to a fault in a high voltage line in the Nir Am area, a power outage is being felt in several neighborhoods in Sderot, Israel. Again, I don't know if that's related. I did see something posted by by Ariel Oserin, I believe, posted something. Was it Ariel Oserin? Yes, Ariel Oserin with I-24 News English posted about an hour ago saying intense military activity currently unfolding in northern Gaza with IDF helicopters deploying flares, coinciding with the Sderot municipality informing residents of partial disruptions to local power lines. I just saw a flash right there. I just saw a flash on the horizon. Right around here. Just saw it. Just saw it. This is looking into northern Gaza from Israel. We are hearing periodic explosions. We are seeing periodic explosions, a very big one about a half hour ago, which I will replay again shortly. And hearing reports of an incident, unconfirmed reports of an incident in which multiple Israeli soldiers were killed and wounded. I'm trying to keep my eye on the camera and keep my eye on updates. Now, you might say, well, why aren't we hearing about this from, the major Israeli media outlets? As I've said, I have seen some unconfirmed reporting that there is a blackout ongoing about an incident in Gaza, where that does happen sometimes. If there is a sensitive incident involving the Israeli media, they will sometimes tell the media, you can't talk about it for a while. That can happen, and I've heard that reported, unconfirmed, about what has been going on tonight. I don't know if the brightness would help because it's sort of a mix. You can brighten things, but then you see the explosions less. So, yeah, if I brighten things, you're not brightening the background. See, really? I mean, it's a little bit, but you're going to lose you're going to lose the definition. So I'm going to leave it right now at the current level of brightness. Now, some people are pointing out that Netanyahu has been visiting the White House, I believe, today. Is he still at the White House? I don't even know. I don't have that confirmed. A bunch of our chatters are saying, yes, he's still at the White House. I don't know that for a fact myself right now. Give me one moment here. So I'm just doing something real quick. Thanks for your patience. Why don't I show you that? Oh, I just saw a light. Oh, that could be a car or something. Let me show you this replay from about a half hour ago. It's really striking. Let me show you what happened on the feed about a half hour ago here. So this is, real quick, this is from a half hour ago. Watch this here. Look at that. Play it again. Again, about 30 minutes ago. I'll play it one more time. Again, that was about 30 minutes ago. We have seen some more flashes. We have been hearing periodic explosions. Periodically there have been some rocket alerts, but I believe they've been false alarms. I'll check on this here. Yeah, about half an hour ago, the IDF said sirens sounded near Gaza in Israel, and it was a false alarm. And that happened about 45 minutes ago as well. So twice it happened that there were some sirens in Israel near Gaza that turned out to be a false alarm. An account, oh, hold on a second here. Yeah, you know, one Telegram account I follow, which is quite reliable in my experience on Israeli news, timely news on Telegram. They say there are difficult events involving multiple soldiers, Israeli soldiers, and they say, again, when these type of events happen, a lot of times Israeli media is not allowed to report on them until, you know, the government says they can. So I don't know when we'll hear something, anything official confirming or denying this, but right now we don't have much. There's a lot of unconfirmed reports flying around. And to repeat, Al Jazeera claimed that Israeli sources said that 5 soldiers were killed in an ambush at northern Gaza Strip and more than 10 injured. I cannot confirm that right now. Certainly sounds like some of our viewers have said it sounds like you're hearing a drone or drones. I think we just heard a boom on the feed right there. Just heard a boom right there. I'm going to turn the volume up more. This is unconfirmed. This is unconfirmed. I believe this is Egypt's. Is this Egypt news? Al Qahira. Do I have this right? Yes, Al Qahira News, which is an Egyptian news television channel. They are reporting that Netanyahu is following the security developments in northern Gaza. Now, they claim that there's news of some meeting that he canceled with Steve Witkoff. I don't know that that's the case. I haven't heard that anywhere else. Al-Hadath, which is I don't know if that was something firing from close to the camera. Could be a tank or something. Al-Hadath, which is a major Arabic language news outlet, is reporting 2 Israeli soldiers killed and 16 others injured in an armed clash in the northern Gaza Strip. Again, unconfirmed. I just saw this. Al Jazeera reports that the Al-Qassam brigades, which I believe is the armed wing of Hamas, yes, the military wing of Hamas, according to Al Jazeera, Al-Qassam brigades, says funerals and corpses of the enemy army. Funerals and corpses of the enemy army will become a regular occurrence as long as the aggression continues. Again, following unconfirmed reports of a major incident in northern Gaza, allegedly where multiple Israeli soldiers have been killed and wounded, while at the same time some intense fighting has been heard and seen in northern Gaza. There are unconfirmed reports also that there is a media blackout in Israel from talking about the incident, which is something that can happen with an incident of this nature. Our viewer David Solovey says, IDF vet here, if there are that many killed injured, I'd be surprised if it was in armed clashes. Hamas switched tactics to IEDs? That's what David thinks. Again, some unconfirmed reports claim there was an ambush. Thank you to David, by the way. Also, Thomas H., Yagan P., Mary, Diane Hall. Thanks, Mary, for the memberships, and DeWatchman. And thank you to our moderators. Thank you to our moderators, Janet B., Sabrina, over on YouTube. Serrero, LB Prairie Dawn, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches and Sarah on Twitch. Thanks also to Dark Crypto on Twitch and Susan CHF04 and Angelo Pin 1 for your support on Twitch. Thanks for moderating over on X, Linda Bell, Larry, Misha. Also, Kay Lowry Body, Shannon Davis Hughes on Facebook. Valerie Gale Griffin as well. Thanks for modding over there. I'm seeing some pictures being released of Netanyahu meeting tonight with Secretary of State Rubio. IL Red Alert, which is an account I follow on X that reports on, specializes in reporting on rocket and missile alerts. They also say reports indicate a significant military incident occurred in northern Gaza tonight, resulting in casualties among Israeli soldiers. I am checking for any other reports which might shed some light on what had happened, what has happened, and what is happening. Our reviewer, Donna Simmons, is wondering if maybe it was a hostage rescue gone wrong. I do not know. Thank you, Donna, for writing it. Al Jazeera said that some Israeli news sites claim that Netanyahu was briefed on the details of the security incident in Gaza during his stay at the White House. Netanyahu's account just released some photos of him meeting with Steve Witkoff and Marco Rubio. For example, if I can put it on the screen here, there's some pictures of Netanyahu meeting with Rubio, just posted at Blair House in Washington. Just posted a few minutes ago. Again, there are unconfirmed reports of a significant security incident, military incident, in which a significant number of Israeli soldiers have been killed, wounded in Gaza. There have been sounds and sights of some significant fighting in northern Gaza on the live feed. Also reporting of some heavy fighting in northern Gaza. So we are bringing you coverage. Also some unconfirmed reporting that Israeli media is under a blackout from talking about this security incident at the moment at the government's request. So we're just trying to bring you some updates here. We have the live feed on. Maybe I'll show you again what happened about 45 minutes ago. This is a video from about 45 minutes ago I'm going to put up on the screen for you. Watch this. That was about 45 minutes ago. I'll show it to you again. In northern Gaza. I've seen several bright explosions. Is that right there a flare? Is that a flare, or is that light just on? Is that light always on? That light might always be on. But there have been reports of flares. Ariel, it looks like it's just a light that's normally on. Ariel Oserin of I-24 News English posted about an hour or so ago, and Ariel said, about an hour and a half ago, Ariel Oserin, yeah, I think that's just the light. Ariel Oserin with I-24 News English said about a half hour ago, intense military activity currently unfolding in northern Gaza, with IDF helicopters deploying flares, coinciding with Sderot municipality in Israel, near Gaza, informing residents of partial disruptions to local power lines. Now I'm seeing another light there. Is that a flare? Right here? Look, now there's two lights on the screen. So is that a flare right there? Because there weren't two lights before. I don't know. Maybe it's just another light that's on. Maybe somebody turned up. Now it went off. I don't know if that was a flare or a light. Or a car. I don't know. Matthew Curatolo, our viewer, thinks there's a news blackout due to operational security. Irish Sweetness thinks something is going on over there. That sounded like gunfire in the distance. It was very subtle, but I've been hearing that periodically, the sound of rapid gunfire, like from a large gun or a helicopter gun or something. I just heard it. Oh, Al Phantom said there was a flash near that light. I missed it. Some of our viewers said they saw a flash near the light that was in this area. I can go back and see if I can find them. If you give me a time code, if you can give me a time code of my clock, I can go back and check it. Because I have a clock in the top left. Give me a time code of I would just have to go check it. This is a Reuters video feed. This is via Reuters. Oh, I just saw one from about 10 minutes ago that a viewer pointed out. So let me put on the replay for a second. This is a replay. Watch this. Hold on. I'm gonna put on the replay for you. If I can do it. Hold on. Let me get this set up so I can show this to you. What's the best way to do this? Let's do it this way. So this is from about 10 minutes ago. Watch this. Right down here. See that right there? You can see that. Somebody pointed that out in the distance there. So, anyways. If I miss other stuff, please let me know. Again, there are unconfirmed reports of a major security incident involving Israeli soldiers in northern Gaza tonight, where a significant number of Israeli soldiers may have been killed and wounded. We also have seen and heard ourselves and heard reports of some significant fighting in northern Gaza. I have heard unconfirmed reports that there is a media blackout in Israel over this ongoing event. So you might wonder, why am I not reading about this in the major Israeli news sites? Well, with events like this, that can happen, where they're not allowed to talk about it. So we're keeping an eye on the feed, and I'm bringing you whatever updates I can find you. President Trump is supposed to be having dinner with Netanyahu starting around now. It's 6:35 p.m. President Trump is supposed to have dinner with Prime Minister Netanyahu at the White House now at 6:35. And look, you know, I'm not sure what happened here, but events like this, I mean, I think they're significant in their own right, but they can have larger impacts on the conflict. If there is an event where a large number of Israeli soldiers get killed and wounded, maybe that affects how Israeli citizens think about the ongoing conflict. Maybe it affects Israel's decision about whether to keep fighting in Gaza. I just saw a report that in the southern Gaza Strip, a couple of Palestinian news outlets are claiming that Israel has recently launched some airstrikes in the southern Gaza Strip. Quds News Network says Israeli helicopters launch a raid on the Al-Mawasi area west of Khan Yunis in southern Gaza. Palestine Post, another Palestinian news outlet, says Israeli warplanes target the Al-Mawasi area west of Khan Yunis in southern Gaza. I mean, we're about almost 2 years after the war began of Israel against Hamas, after the Hamas attack on Israel on October 7th, 2023. Some booms right there. We just heard them right there. You could just hear them. Loud booms. I mean, that's another thing, is that, you know, I'm not sitting every day watching this feed, but, you know, I don't know how. I'm not aware that it happens that often that you're hearing extensive periods of fighting and seeing explosions on the feed. So, maybe you are, and I just haven't been watching, but I wanted to show it to you. A quick thanks, by the way, to DeShark and Kerry Can. Thanks for the memberships. AI Phantom Files. Sydney for the memberships. Elizabeth, thank you. Mitchell Pilot, who says all the drone sounds bring back memories of the original war streams. That's Mitchell Pilot. Thanks Sarah, Donna Smith, and Shelley. Barak Ravid reports that Prime Minister Netanyahu has arrived at the White House for his dinner with President Trump. And I gotta say, with these things, this kind of incident, which when it happens, often the Israeli press is not allowed to initially post about it. At a certain point, you don't know for sure what happens, but it feels like a significant event for me. What can I tell you? Just from what I'm hearing, the kind of reports I'm hearing from the kind of sources I'm hearing it from, it just feels like a significant event. I don't know all the details yet, but it just feels like that from what I've been hearing so far and what I've been seeing. Al Mayadeen, which is a Arabic language media outlet, and they are based, I think, in Lebanon. Al Mayadeen. Let me pass along their report. Yes, Al Mayadeen reports that their correspondent says we are witnessing rapid developments and an intensification of artillery shelling and military raids, the latest of which was in the Zaytun neighborhood near Gaza City. Again, that was about a half hour ago, that report from Al Mayadeen. Their correspondent says we are witnessing rapid developments and an intensification of artillery shelling and military raids, the latest of which was in the Zaytun neighborhood near Gaza City. Oh, Al Jazeera's, a couple reports from an Al Jazeera reporter. Al Jazeera's Claudia Tanos Claudia Taunos from Al Jazeera says group of Israeli soldiers invading northern Gaza encounters serious security incident. Several soldiers believed to have been seriously wounded, with some suffering burns after reports of explosion, Israeli media reports. Now, these are not like I haven't seen this in major Israeli military media outlets, but there's reports floating around of Israeli soldiers killed. Again, don't know numbers right now. Some say more. Some say, you know, I have seen reports of like roughly 5 killed and roughly 15 wounded, but some say less than that. And a number are unclear. So I have no idea. The Al Jazeera reporter Claudia Taunos says our correspondent on the ground confirmed Israeli artillery continued to shell various areas in the northern Gaza Strip intensely, following reports of this incident. Tack says, don't Israeli soldiers get killed daily? I don't believe it's daily, and also certainly not in, there have been incidents where Israeli soldiers have been killed and wounded. It's certainly not daily, the kind of numbers we're hearing reported in unconfirmed reports. Now, again, I don't know what exactly happened, but, you know, between the reporting we're hearing about the type of numbers we may be talking about and the intense military activity after, that is not a daily occurrence. Pill says, even Manny is quiet. Yes. The Israeli mainstream media is noticeably just silent on this. And again, my guess is it's because they're not allowed to talk about it. So I'm not blaming them. If they're not allowed to talk about it, they're not allowed to talk about it. Let me just show for people who haven't seen it. Here is a video of the feed from about an hour and 10 minutes ago. This is a replay from about an hour and 10 minutes ago. Let me show you this. If I actually queued it up, oh, there it is right there. That was on this feed about an hour and 10 minutes ago. I'm just replaying it so you can see it. Now back to live. That is the live shot. If I do miss something on the screen, because sometimes I'm checking, a lot of the time I'm checking for updates, you can let me know in the chat by giving me the time code from my clock in the top left, and I can try to replay it for you. Certainly hearing drones up there, drone or drones. The also, I believe in the last couple hours, the military wing of Hamas, Al-Qassam brigades, released a statement that said, "We will crush the awe of your army. As long as the aggression continues, the funerals and return of the bodies of the enemy army will become a normal thing." Oh, that's right. Manny Fabian is actually, I think, on vacation right now. Well-deserved vacation, by the way. But, again, not hearing about this in the more well-known Israeli news outlets. And again, my assumption is that they're not being allowed to talk about it. Oh, is Manny back now? I didn't see that. Maybe he's back. I know he went away. I'll have to look up his account. Maybe I missed where he said he was back. Oh, Manny started posting. Okay, Manny was posting a few hours ago, so it looks like he's back now. He might be asleep. I mean, it's the middle of the night. Thanks, by the way, to thank you to ANX for your support. That's very kind of you, ANX. Thank you, Nina Grape. Thanks, Irish Sweetness, for the memberships. Thanks, Miss Curvy. Miss Curvy says, "I don't think there will ever be peace in the Middle East." I hope that's not true, but I understand where you're coming from. Thanks, Kerry Can and the Shark. Hold on a second here. As I mentioned before, Timely News on Telegram, which is an Israeli news site, which I find quite reliable, they said that from what they're hearing, this is one of the most difficult events in Gaza for Israel. Just heard a boom right there. Maybe artillery? Reuters is reporting today, by the way. Reuters reported today that a proposal seen by Reuters in bearing the name of a controversial U.S.-backed aid group described a plan to build large-scale camps called humanitarian transit areas inside and possibly outside Gaza to house the Palestinian population. But who is this group? Does this group... the plan carried the name of the U.S.-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, and two sources told Reuters it was submitted to the Trump administration. It doesn't say the administration approved the plan. The Reuters report points out that on February 4th, President Trump first said publicly on February 4th of this year that the U.S. should take over Gaza and rebuild it as the Riviera of the Middle East after resettling the population. Trump's comments angered many Palestinians and humanitarian groups about the possible forced relocation from Gaza. We still don't... Sorry, I just talked over, there was a boom there. We don't know what's going to happen with Gaza. There's no kind of agreement about what's going to happen moving forward. Reuters also said Israel and Hamas were, I guess apparently they did, they were planning on holding indirect talks in Qatar for a second day today, aimed at securing a ceasefire and hostage deal in Gaza. President Trump has said a deal could be reached this week. Now, I don't know if there's this incident that's unconfirmed tonight, a major security incident in which unconfirmed reports say a number of Israeli soldiers were killed and wounded in Gaza, and we're seeing and reading reports of additional fighting in Gaza. Is that going to get in the way of a ceasefire? Reuters points out that truce talks have been revived following last month's 12-day Israeli war against its arch-foe Iran, which backs Hamas. The U.S.-backed proposal for a 60-day ceasefire envisages a planned release of hostages, Israeli troop withdrawals from parts of Gaza, and discussions on ending the war entirely. Ending the war has been the main sticking point in the past. Oh, look at that big boom! Big boom right there! Huge explosion! Huge explosion! We just saw a huge explosion. Whoa! I will replay that. We just saw a huge explosion. Whoa. No, that was live. That was not a replay. That was not a replay. That was live. I will certainly replay it for you, but that was not a replay. We might have just heard the boom right there. Maybe we're just hearing the boom right now. I will replay that in a second. I just want to keep an eye and make sure we don't miss anything else. That was quite a big explosion. I'll pull it up here to replay for you. Wow. Wow. Do you guys want to see a quick replay of that? All right, let me play a quick replay of what we just saw. Quickly. Here it is. Watch the screen. Watch the screen right now. Watch. Right there. Look at that. Wow. Play it again. That's live. So that's the... I might have missed others, but I've seen that one, and there was an even bigger one about an hour and a half ago. So there is clearly some significant fighting going on. I think this camera is roughly in Sderot, Israel, in or around Sderot. I think it's looking into northern Gaza from Israel. Watch to the right of the screen after the explosion. I didn't see it. If you give me a time code, I can look it up. Wow. Sophia believes this is the Sderot camera. So I was just telling you that these new ceasefire negotiations are going on after the Israeli war with Iran. And President Trump has said he thought there would be a deal, there could be a deal this week. But look at what's going on. One of our viewers said right side was like 10 seconds after that explosion. I didn't see it. I'll replay the explosion again in a second, but that was quite big. Oh, I see what you're talking about. It was like something flew through the air on the right side. I see it. That's weird. I don't know what that was. All right, quickly, let me replay for you what we just saw moments ago. So this was just moments ago. Oh, hold on. Watch this. Moments ago, see that explosion on the left there? I'll play it again for you. Moments ago. And then watch the right side of your screen right now. Look at the right side of your screen. What's this thing? What's that? See that right there? I don't know what that is. I'll play that again. I don't know. Could it be a flare? I have no idea. Anyways, we saw that as well. Someone thought it was a firefly. I do not know. And in case you haven't seen it, about an hour and a half ago, let me show you what happened about an hour and a half ago. This is from an hour and a half ago. Watch your screen here. Look at that one. That was an hour and a half ago. I'll play that again for you. Play it one more time. Again, hour and a half ago, that's what happened. And now we're back to live. So some intense fighting going on. As I mentioned, there is unconfirmed reporting about a major security incident in Gaza in which reportedly a number of Israeli soldiers have been killed and wounded. Also, there's unconfirmed reporting that the Israeli media is currently under a blackout from covering it, and that they have been ordered to not cover it until the government says they can. Also, there is clearly some intense fighting going on in Gaza. We've seen some in northern Gaza, we've heard booms, and there are reports of some airstrikes elsewhere in Gaza as well. This is while Prime Minister Netanyahu from Israel is visiting the White House. He's having dinner with President Trump right now. And while Israel and Hamas have been having talks the last couple days about a possible ceasefire and hostage deal. By the way, Reuters reports that ending the war has been the main sticking point in past rounds of talks, with Hamas demanding a full end to the conflict in return for releasing all the hostages, and Israel insisting it would fight on until Hamas itself is dismantled. Some of Netanyahu's coalition partners oppose ending the fighting, but with Israelis having become increasingly weary of the 21-month-old war, the Netanyahu government is expected to back a ceasefire. Look, and as I said, if it's really true that there's been a major incident tonight where a significant number of Israeli soldiers are killed and wounded, maybe that affects the Israeli population's view on whether to keep fighting or push more for a ceasefire. Our viewer Steve Lookner thinks Hamas will never be fully dismantled. Oh, I don't believe the IDF has said anything about this operation. I'll look, but I don't believe they have. No, I'm not seeing anything about it in their posts. Kelly Smith says the media blackout in Israel is one of the most interesting aspects of this. The purported media blackout. Thank you to Peter Messier, by the way, and also Chris Canada, Quebec City. I appreciate it. You are hearing a drone or drones. Thank you, Callie and Martin Gingrich. And Tracy and Peep TB God. And David Salavi. David thinks that the reporting ban is to give the IDF time to notify the families of the dead and wounded. That's what David believes. In addition to a couple of large explosions, we've seen some small flashes too. Martin Gingrich found a small one. Let me just show you this quick replay here. This is a quick replay. This is one Martin found from about, I have to check how long ago this was. Right there. Look right in there. You'll see it. It's quick. That's about 20 minutes ago. So there's been a number of those. And a couple of major ones. Jenna thinks so much for a ceasefire. I don't know. I mean, there's certainly some intense military activity going on tonight. Murph, our viewer, thinks that Hamas can and will be defeated. When will we hear something more from the Israeli government and or the Israeli media about this? I do not know. We might not hear from the media until after we hear from the government. Quds News Network, a Palestinian news outlet, just a few minutes ago talked about reported new Israeli airstrikes on eastern Gaza City in Gaza. Thank you, Martin Gingrich, and whoever found that flash you found. And Sandra, thank you. Reuters is reporting President Trump hosted Prime Minister Netanyahu today. He's having dinner with him right now for White House talks on Monday, while Israeli officials held indirect negotiations with Hamas aimed at securing a U.S.-brokered Gaza ceasefire and hostage release deal. Netanyahu's visit today follows Trump's prediction last night that such an agreement could be reached this week. Before heading to Washington, Netanyahu said his discussions with Trump today could help advance negotiations underway in Qatar between Israel and Hamas. Reuters says Trump and his aides appear to be trying to seize any momentum created by the weakening of Iran, which backs Hamas, to push both sides for a breakthrough in the 21-month Gaza war. Reuters also reports, in a sign of continued gaps between the two sides, Palestinian sources said Israel's refusal to allow the free and safe entry of humanitarian aid into Gaza remains the main obstacle to progress in the indirect talks. Israel insists it is taking steps to get food into Gaza, but seeks to prevent militants from diverting supplies. The U.S.-backed proposal envisages a phased release of hostages, Israeli troop withdrawals from parts of Gaza, and discussions on ending the war entirely. Hamas has long demanded a final end to the war before it would free the remaining hostages. Israel has insisted it would not agree to halt fighting until all hostages are released and Hamas dismantled. Trump last week said he would be very firm with Netanyahu on the need for a speedy Gaza deal, and that Netanyahu also wanted to end the war. Been relatively quiet the last few minutes on this feed. We have seen some big explosions and also heard explosions. Whether we hear more, I do not know. Just as I said it, there you go. It sounded like maybe an outgoing tank or artillery shot right there, close to the camera. Just as I said something. Thanks Vincenzo V on Twitch for subscribing. Thanks Brainstorm Morning on Twitch. And Penolta. Thank you, Penolta, on Twitch. Thanks to thanks to Jen for messaging me. I had missed this before. I think some people in the chat might have mentioned this. Kerr County, Texas, said that a private drone today, operating illegally in restricted airspace, collided with a search helicopter, with an emergency operations helicopter, which was forced to make an emergency landing and is now out of service until further notice. Hang on 1 second. Here is what they said. We just heard another boom right there. Sounded like maybe outgoing artillery. Just heard it. They said, please ground your drones until current flood search and rescue operations are complete. A private drone this afternoon, illegally operating in restricted airspace, collided with a helicopter involved in emergency operations in Kerr County. The helicopter was forced to make an emergency landing, and a critical piece of response equipment is now out of service until further notice. Our viewer Bunker Buster thinks we just heard a tank. Still a lot of unclarity about what has happened and is going on in Gaza tonight. There are unconfirmed reports floating around of a very serious security incident in which Israeli soldiers were killed and wounded. Nothing really in the big Israeli media outlets, but there are reports, unconfirmed, that they are under a blackout and being prevented from talking about this yet by the Israeli military, which sometimes happens, and the Israeli government. Also, there has been some intense fighting going on in Gaza. We have seen and heard some of it. You just heard another boom right there. So, if I can get more information, I will certainly pass it along to you. I need some skooma says that's the third one in a short time we just heard. Oh, hold on. I might have some video of Netanyahu. Hold on a moment. Guys, I might have some video of Netanyahu. Wait a second. Yes, Netanyahu attending the dinner with Trump. There's some video being posted. Let me see if I can throw that on the screen for you over this. One moment. I should be able to get it, but you got to give me a second here. Hang on, I'm getting it on the screen for you. Just wait a second. Trump is talking. Hold on. I'm going to put it up on the screen for you right now. We want it to be up higher. Hold on. I'll make it smaller. Can't hear it yet.
Your leadership of the free world, your leadership of a just cause, pursuit of peace and security, which you are leading in many lands, but now especially in the Middle East. We have great opportunities. The President has an extraordinary team, and I think our teams together make an extraordinary combination to meet challenges and seize opportunities. But the President has already realized great opportunities. He forged the Abraham Accords. He's forging peace as we speak in one country and one region after the other. So I want to present to you, Mr. President, the letter I sent to the Nobel Prize Committee. It's nominating you for the Peace Prize, which is well deserved, and you should get it.
Thank you very much. This I didn't know. Wow. Thank you very much. Coming from you in particular, this is very meaningful. Thank you very much, baby.
Thank you. Thank you for everything you're doing.
Thank you. It's a great honor. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it.
President, have you spoken with any of the families of the victims of Texas flood? And can you talk about what you would like to do when you travel there on Friday?
Well, we're going to just make it as comfortable as possible for the state of Texas. They have a great governor. They have wonderful senators. They have wonderful representatives, and we're going to work together with them. And we have been working really very hard. This whole table has been working. That was a terrible event. You saw that, baby, where Texas was just absolutely so badly hurt by something that was a big surprise late in the evening. So we'll be working with the governor and all of the people of Texas. We'll be going on Friday.
Mr. President, there was a security incident in northern Gaza today, right around the time that the Prime Minister was meeting with Secretary of State, Mr. Steve Lookner. Does that, a number of IDF soldiers reportedly have been injured, possibly killed, does that in any way put a wrinkle in ceasefire negotiations with Hamas?
I don't think so. They want it. They want to meet, and they want to have that ceasefire. So I don't think so. Steve, could you respond to this? You know about it?
Well, I think it's terribly unfortunate. We were just talking about it, how tragic it is.
Talking about it right now.
We have an opportunity to finally get a peace deal, Mr. Prime Minister, as we discussed, and I'm hopeful for it very quickly.
Mr. President,
More or less final offer. Look, we're always subject to negotiate something that's fair, but we've talked to most of the countries, and pretty much they've had their way for many, many decades, as you know. And it was time that we just wanted fairness. This is not really equitable from our standpoint because it's just a small token by comparison to the damage that's been done over the years. But we had no other president that was willing to do this. I did it in my first term with China and others. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars of tariffs. No inflation, the most successful period of time that we've ever had financially in the country. The first term. I think this term is going to be much better, even much better than that. That was the best ever, and this is going to be, I think, substantially better. And we're on the way to doing that. We've already taken in over $100 billion worth of tariffs, and we haven't even started. And all I say to the other countries is, some of them wanted to make a deal and want to be fair. Others perhaps got a little bit spoiled. They were a little bit spoiled because for 30, 40 years, 50 years, they were taking advantage of the country. So we're going to, I would say, final, but if they call with a different offer and if I like it, we'll do it. I would say firm. No, I would say firm, but not 100% firm. If they call up and they say, would like to do something a different way, we're going to be open to that. But essentially, that's the way it is right now, yeah.
Mr. President, is your Palestinian relocation plan still on the table? Is there a plan? Has there been any progress in finding countries?
Yeah, Bibi, why don't I let you answer that question?
Mr. President,
Wait a minute, wait, he's got to answer the question.
I think President Trump had a brilliant vision. It's called free choice. You know, if people want to stay, they can stay. But if they want to leave, they should be able to leave. It shouldn't be a prison. It should be an open place and give people a free choice. We're working with the United States very closely about finding countries that will seek to realize what they always say, that they want to give the Palestinians a better future. And those who, and I think we're getting close to finding several countries, and I think this will give, again, the freedom to choose. Palestinians should have it, and I hope that we can secure it close by.
And we've had great cooperation from surrounding Israel, surrounding countries, great cooperation from every single one of them. So something good will happen. Brian, did you have something?
Mr. President, you've mentioned before you want to go down as your legacy as the peacemaker. Are we in the last chapter of closing out peace amongst this conflict now and all the other?
Well, I hope so. Look, we did a job with India and Pakistan and Serbia, Kosovo, and Rwanda and the Congo, and this was all over the last 3 weeks or so, Marco, right? We did, and others that were ready to fight, and we stopped a lot of fights. I think a very big one, frankly, a very, very big one was India and Pakistan, and we stopped that over trade. We're dealing with India and we're dealing with Pakistan, and we say we're not going to be dealing with you at all if you're going to fight. And they were maybe at a nuclear stage. They're both, nuclear powers. And I think stopping that was very important. We're trying to help out with a Biden-created monster, this whole thing that's happening with Russia and Ukraine. It's a horrible thing, and I'm not happy with President Putin at all. But this is something that would have never happened if I were president. This was a war that was never going to happen. Go ahead, Brian.
I was just going to say, how would you address your critics? The election, they said that you would cause the next World War III, when in fact you're solving all the problems.
I'm stopping wars. And I hate to see people killed. Like, as an example, Ukraine and Russia, they're not Americans there being killed. They're not Israeli that are being killed. These are all Russians and all Ukrainians. But it's 5,000, maybe 7,000 last week, 7,500 last week, mostly soldiers. But people in towns and cities that are getting hit, but mostly death is mostly soldiers. Now, so they don't come from here, but it's 7,000 last week souls. And if I can stop that, they have parents and they have sisters and brothers and getting married, and who knows, they're just people, but they're souls. And if I can stop a war, because I have an ability to do so, I'm disappointed. President Putin hasn't stopped. I'm not happy about it either. Yes.
President, on the Iran talks, can you say if you've scheduled the next round of Iran talks, and then also on strike?
We have scheduled Iran talks, and they want to talk. They took a big drubbing. I think when we hit the three sites, really, I would say the three sites, not just the one. The one was a big one, and it was deep in granite, and it was obliterated. It turned out the Atomic Energy Commission said it is obliterated. I would just want to take our hats off to those incredible flyers, the people that flew that big machine, and frankly, the mechanics and everybody else. I mean, they had zero. They flew for 37 hours with zero problem mechanically. I mean, when you think in carrying the biggest bombs ever, the biggest bombs that we've ever dropped on anybody, when you think non-nuclear, and we want to keep it non-nuclear, by the way. But they did a phenomenal job. It was an amazing job. And I think that was, I was talking to Bibi about it before, that was the very beginning of the end. It ended very quickly after that. I don't want to say what it reminded me of, but if you go back a long time ago, it reminded people of a certain other event, and is Harry Truman's picture is now in the lobby, in a nice location in the lobby where it should have been, but that stopped a lot of fighting. And this stopped a lot of fighting. When that happened, it was a whole different ballgame.
On future Iran strikes, what can you say, what might make you have the desire to do another strike on Iran?
Another what?
Another strike on Iran.
I hope we're not going to have to do that. I can't imagine wanting to do that. I can't imagine them wanting to do it. They want to meet. They want to meet. They want to work something out. No, they're different. They're very different now than they were 2 weeks ago.
Is there a date yet, sir, for the Iran talks, or a city? Do you know when and where the next round of Iran talks will be?
Well, I can tell you. I'd rather not say, but you'll be reading about it tomorrow or seeing it tomorrow.
Mr. President, what is the holdup currently in a ceasefire with Hamas?
In which?
In a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas, what's currently the holdup?
I don't think there is a holdup. I don't think there's a holdup. I think things are going along very well. They just, left each other, and it was not a pleasant period of a few days. It was a little longer than a few days, but this was not a pleasant period of time. And, we were, at the end, 14 missiles were shot, and every single missile was shot out of the air. It was pretty amazing. That was sort of the end. And they told us they were coming and where they were and what time they were coming. And they said, if you'd like to have a different time, we'll do that. And that's respect when they do that. I appreciated that they did that. There was no surprise. We got the soldiers out of the base in Qatar, in this case. But they knew they were coming. 14 missiles were coming. 1 o'clock, they said, would you like to make it later? I said, no, let them come at 1 o'clock. And at 1 o'clock, everybody was, as you know, over 5,000 people left the base. And we had 3 gunners and 3 assistants. And out of the 14 that were shot, all 14 were knocked down. And that was the end. That was about it. And we had a rough time. But sometimes, sometimes you need the rough time in order to get. I think things are going to be really settled down a lot in the Middle East. And they respect us, and they respect Israel. They respect a lot of things that took place. Nobody's ever seen equipment like what we sent over to knock out those sites. But when those sites were knocked out, it essentially, that was the end.
Do you think that there can be a two-state solution that creates an independent?
I don't know. I'd ask Bibi that question. You have the greatest man in the world to answer that age-old question, two-state. Go ahead. You give him your honest answer.
I think Palestinians should have all the powers to govern themselves, but none of the powers to threaten us. And that means that certain powers, like overall security, will always remain in our hands. Now, that is a fact, and no one in Israel will agree to anything else because we don't commit suicide. We want life, we cherish life for ourselves, for our neighbors, and I think we can work out a peace between us and the entire Middle East with President Trump's leadership, and by working together, I think we can establish a very, very broad peace that will include all our neighbors.
Mr. President, a question on Iran. You asserted that there's complete and total destruction of their nuclear facilities. So what is the basis of the talks going forward? Is it to cap future nuclear activity? Is it ballistic missiles, terror support, economic-based opportunities? What are the
It's really a good question, because if you remember when it was done, I sort of said, what's the purpose of talking? It's been knocked out completely. But they've requested a meeting, and I'm going to go to a meeting, and if we can put something down on paper, that will be fine. That'll be good. I think they've gained a lot of respect for us. I think they've gained a lot of respect for Israel also. But they would like to meet, and we're going to have a meeting. Steve, when is that meeting going to be? Do you want to say?
Rather, very quickly, in the next week or so.
So we'll see what happens. I think it would be nice to memorialize it, put it down, but because of the incredible result of that attack, if you want to call it an attack, I didn't think it was necessary to have it in writing. I think we spoke. I mean, that speaks much louder than writing. But I can also understand why they'd want it. And they've been very nice. They've been very respectful. And it began by them telling us about 14. They had to do. You know what 14 represents, right? Do you know what 14 represents? Right? You know that, right? The number of bombs dropped. So it was, representative. We got them all.
It was just a big flash, a big explosion on the screen. Sorry, I didn't initially see it. I'm going to replay that explosion for you. There was just a big explosion on the Gaza feed. So I'll replay that shortly.
He said he would arrest you if you came to New York City, if he was mayor. Is that something you take seriously, or are you concerned about that? Do you have a response to that?
No, I'm not concerned about that.
I'll get him out.
Look, there's enough craziness in the world, but I guess it never ends. I mean, you have this is a folly, and it's it's silly in many ways because it's just not serious. But what is serious is the question I was asked before. After October 7th, people said the Palestinians had a state, Hamas state in Gaza, and look what they did with it. They didn't build it up; they built down into bunkers, into terror tunnels. After which they massacred our people, raped our women, beheaded our men, invaded our cities and our towns and our kibbutzim, and did horrendous massacres, the kind of which we didn't see since World War II and the Nazis, the Holocaust. So people aren't likely to say, let's just give them another state, it'll be a platform to destroying Israel. We'll work out a peace with our Palestinian neighbors, those who don't want to destroy us, and we'll work out a peace in which our security, the sovereign power of security, always remains in our hands. Now people will say it's not a complete state, it's not a state, it's not that. We don't care. We vow never again. Never again is now. It's not going to happen again.
So we'll see you in New York next year?
Oh, well, look, I'm going to come there with the President Trump, and we'll see how do you know who the mayor will be? I don't know that. Do we know that?
He's going to be very fine, and who knows? We don't know who the mayor's going to be yet. But this is a communist. He's not a socialist. He's a communist, and he said some really bad things about Jewish people, and he said some really bad things about a lot of people. And I think he's going through a little bit of a honeymoon right now, but he might make it. But it all comes through the White House. He needs the money through the White House. He needs a lot. He's going to behave. He'll behave. He better behave, otherwise he's going to have big problems. But it's a philosophy that this country is not ready for, and it never will be. By the way, we have a man with us who thought this was going to be a very glamorous, easy job. He's the ambassador to Israel. Mike, former governor, former everything. I'd say he's a former everything, and respected and loved by everybody. And he loves Israel. He loves the state of Israel, and nobody loves it much more. And he's not Jewish, and he loves Israel. And he wanted to be there. I said, Mike, it could be dangerous. No. Well, at least I was right about that. He was in every bunker you could be in. He was running around from bunker to bunker, but he's still with us, fortunately, and he's done a great job. Would you say a few words?
Just want to say what an honor it is to serve you, Mr. President, and to see a historic horizon that we're looking at in the Middle East. And when the President made his trip to the Middle East, and then he really reached out to the new Syrian government, knowing they needed a partner and knowing that they could pick the wrong partner. And what the President did, which took us all off guard, but the strategic move in that has set up something that is absolutely historic. And Mr. President, I don't even think you fully comprehend the impact that you're having on the region in a way that is so remarkable. And it was your leadership, your foresight, you did that. When the B-2s went in, the celebration, the sense of partnership that you gave with the Israeli people was so dramatic. But the message was bigger than to Israel. It was a message to the world. America's friends can trust us, but America's foes had better fear us. And that is a message that the President sent to everyone on the planet. And it is a message that will resonate toward a matter of peace, the likes of which I don't think we've ever seen. So thank you.
Great job you're doing, too.
Thank you.
They love you over there. They really, They respect him and they love him. You know, it's very, very interesting. We had the pilots here yesterday, as you know, and they were incredible. And we also had the mechanics. We had a lot of people here that had to do, a lot of people, I think about 170 people that had to do with that incredible journey, a journey that could have been horrible. You remember what happened with Jimmy Carter, with the helicopters and all of the problems, and ultimately hostages. We had the exact opposite. Everything was perfect. It worked perfectly. But I didn't realize, I was saying to one, is this something that you felt strongly about? Absolutely, sir. I couldn't wait. I said, better than you, really better you than me. But they couldn't wait. He said, sir, we've been practicing for this mission for more than 20 years. From just after 2000, they've been thinking and practicing to go into that area. I guess you probably know that better than anybody, Pete. They've been looking at going in, but they never had a president that would allow them to do it. And perhaps right, perhaps wrong. I don't know if that's true or not, but I didn't realize they were preparing for that journey from just a little bit after 2000, the year 2000. And I was pretty amazed by that. They knew it. They knew every inch of it. And they came back and they said, we got it better than we ever did in practice. But they've been practicing for more than 20 years. Can you imagine? Yeah.
On Ukraine, Mr. President, are you planning to send more weapons to Ukraine?
We're going to send some more weapons. We have to. They have to be able to defend themselves. They're getting hit very hard now. They're getting hit very hard. We're going to have to send more weapons. Yeah, defensive weapons primarily, but they're getting hit very, very hard. Very sad. So many people are dying in that mess.
Mr. President, we have one big beautiful bill now signed into law by you. What would you like congressional Republicans to turn their focus to?
All they have to do now is talk about how good it is. The biggest tax cut ever. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, think of it, no tax on overtime. From a business standpoint, the jobs are coming in like we've never seen them before. As soon as that was signed, there were 9 factories that announced that they were building the 1-year deductibility, you know, things that from a business standpoint you'd understand. The jobs that are being created. And one of the things that is, and this is also that, but it's also because of the tariffs, a tremendous success. We're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs. One of the things that is so exciting is the number of companies and car companies where they're building plants. AI is the big thing. We have over $15 trillion announced already, and it's been, I mean, really, I would say it's been during the last 3 months. But we're here for a short period of time, and some administrations never had anywhere near that number for a whole term, probably for a whole 2 terms. But we're up to over $15 trillion coming into our country. There's never been anything like it anywhere in the world. There's never been an investment like that anywhere in the world. We, look, I told this story, and I just told it to Bibi. Backstage, I was talking to him, and I said, you know, the King of Saudi Arabia, smart guy, and also we went to Qatar and we went to UAE. Really 3 strong leaders, smart guys. They all told me the same thing, and then that was reiterated at NATO just recently when we got back, where they agreed to spend $1 trillion a year, by the way, which is about 3 times what they were spending. But they all said the same thing. We thought your country was dead. Horrible term, right? We thought the United States of America was dead, and now you're presiding over the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the hottest country in the world. I think Bibi would admit it, even hotter than Israel, though Israel was pretty hot about a week ago, I can tell you, for the wrong reasons. But we are the hottest country in the world right now, and it happened faster than anybody thought possible. But we have over $15 trillion, and that means jobs, and that means building, and that means things like we've never seen before. So all we can do is keep working hard. There'll be always surprises. Some of the surprises are going to be bad surprises.
Mr. President, in your view, is the war between Israel and Hamas over, or do those talks need to happen before you can?
Well, I would say that the best man to answer that is the Prime Minister. But I will tell you that, in my view, I hope it's over. Yeah, I think Iran wants to meet. I think they want to make peace, and I'm all for it. Now, if that's not the case, we are ready, willing, and able. But I don't think we're going to have to be. But I think Bibi would answer that question very well.
I think the partnership between Israel and the United States, the partnership between President Trump and me, produced a historic victory. It's an incredible victory, actually. It brought the greatest capabilities of the United States that are unmatched with the great capabilities of Israel and the army of Israel, pilots of Israel, soldiers of Israel, and the Mossad. And the combination of these two extraordinary capacities produced a decisive result. It set back the two tumors that were threatening the life of Israel, the nuclear tumor and the ballistic missile tumor, because they were planning to build 20,000 of these things and launch it on a country the size of New Jersey. And no country could withstand that. So what do you do when you have two things that are going to kill you? You have to remove them. With our combined effort, we did. But when you remove a tumor, doesn't mean that it can't come back. You have to constantly monitor the situation to make sure that there's no attempt to bring it back. So we've had a great achievement, and I think part of the effort of consolidating this and ensuring that we don't have to repeat this is to monitor this carefully. Of course, the President and I are talking about it, our teams are talking about it, but there's no question this is a historic victory, and I think, as was said here today, this has already changed the face of the Middle East. But I think that there is an opportunity here to create a historic expansion of the Abraham Accords, which were themselves an act of history, that deserve a Nobel Prize for the President. But I think the opportunities are much bigger, and I hope, I'd like to believe, that Iran would not test our fortitude, because it would be a mistake. It's better to go a different way.
Do you believe the regime change is still necessary there?
But I think it's up to the people of Iran.
Mr. Prime Minister, speaking on Syria, the Trump administration was fully supportive of the changes in Syria, backing the new regime there. Obviously, your government more cautious from a security standpoint. Are you comfortable with the pace of change, with the security situation vis-a-vis Syria right now?
I think there's an opportunity to explore. I think that everyone understands that the situation has changed. Before that, Iran was essentially running Syria, okay, directly through Hezbollah. Hezbollah has been brought to its knees. Iran is out of the picture. So I think this presents opportunities for stability, for security, and eventually for peace. And I think that's been opened up also by the fact that the President has opened up a channel. So they have something. There's a lot to lose by going back to conflict, and there's a lot to gain by moving towards peace. And I think that opportunity has been opened by the President and by the changed security situation which we brought about with the collapse of the Assad regime.
Are there direct talks with the Al-Shabaab government?
Now, let's suppose there were. Would I answer yes? No, right?
That's my duty to ask.
Right? It's your duty to ask, and my duty to ask you back. So,
you know, at the request of a lot of countries in the surrounding area of the Middle East, including Bibi, we took the sanctions off Syria, and I met the new leader. I was very impressed by him. Somebody said, well, he comes from a very tough background. I said, well, you know, I'm not that surprised. It's a tough part of the world. But I was very impressed by him. But we took the sanctions off because we want to give them a chance. They would never have had a chance without the sanctions. And one of the things we have with Iran is, you know, we have they are very biting sanctions. And I would love to be able to, at the right time, take those sanctions off, give them a chance at rebuilding, because I'd like to see Iran build itself back up in a peaceful manner and not going around saying death to America, death to the USA, death to Israel, as they were doing. You know, they were the bully of the Middle East, and now they're not the bully anymore. But they were saying terrible things, and would like to see them. They have such potential. You know, they have the oil power, and they have great people, smart people, energetic people, amazing. And I know so many Iranians from New York I have a lot of friends, and they're great people. So it's a shame when you see a thing like this happen. But I think that taking the sanctions off of Syria is going to give Syria a great shot at making it.
Mr. President, let me follow up with a congressional question. Are there any executive orders that you'd like to see Congress focus on when they come back in session? Do you have any that you prioritize to go first?
Well, we've done a lot of them in the last, as you know, and I always say the great, big, beautiful bill. I add the word great. But it was the largest bill of its kind ever passed. We were talking about it before. It was beauty. But, you know, a lot of the things that we did, executive orders, have been codified in the legislation that we just had passed. And we're going to be sending in a lot more over the next period of about 2 months separately. But a lot of it was part of that beautiful big bill.
Mr. President, on tariffs, what happened to 90 trade deals in 90 days?
We've spoken to everybody. We know it's all done. I told you, we'll make some deals, but for the most part, we're going to send a letter. We're going to say, welcome to the United States. If you'd like to participate in the greatest, most successful country ever. I mean, we're doing better than ever. We have, I don't think, and you're going to see these numbers soon. We've never had numbers like this. We've never had investment like this. We have more than 90. We're going to have much more than 90, but most of those are going to be sent a letter. This is exactly what I said. Now, we've made a deal with United Kingdom. We've made a deal with China. We've made a deal. We're close to making a deal with India. Others we met with, and we don't think we're going to be able to make a deal, so we just send them a letter. If you want to play ball, you have to. This is what you have to pay. So as far as I'm concerned, we're done. We're sending out letters to various countries telling them how much tariffs they have to pay. Some will maybe adjust a little bit depending if they have a cause. We're not going to be unfair about it. And actually, it's a small fraction compared to what we should be getting. We could be asking for much more. But for the sake of relationships that we've had with a lot of really good countries, we're doing the way I do it. But we could be getting a lot more. We could ask for a lot more than what we're asking for.
Let's say if you're done because you're sending the letters to follow up on Ed had asked earlier. You're counting these as deals by saying, here's the tariff rate we're going to charge.
I'm saying, here it is. Congratulations. Welcome to the United States. I hope you make a lot of money, and you're going to pay us money. They were ripping us. They were charging us tariffs at levels that nobody's ever seen before. We have some countries who are charging 200% tariffs and making it impossible to do business. And what the tariffs are doing is they're driving people in and companies into the United States. That's why we're building all of the work that you see happening in this country right now, and it's at a record level. All the factories, all of the AI institutions that are being built. It's largely because, I think it's because of November 5th, a good election, and I think it's because of the tariffs. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you.
So that was,
I don't know, but it looks good to me.
President Trump and Netanyahu visiting Trump and having now they're going to eat. Now they're going to eat. Okay, hold on. Let's get the volume back up from Israel. All right, so while that was going on, there was a big explosion on the screen. So let me show you the explosion that happened while that was going on. Hey, thanks so much to Jean-Paul Lachance for the memberships. That's very kind of you, Jean-Paul Lachance. Gift memberships. That's so nice of you. Also, somebody else gave memberships. Ruth Gifford. Thank you, Ruth, for the gift memberships. Make sure you thank somebody if they give you a gift membership or a gift subscription. So here is the explosion that happened while we were watching President Trump and Bibi Netanyahu. Here it is. Here's the replay. This is a replay. Watch this. Watch your screen right now. Look at that. Wow. I'll play it again. I just heard some gunfire. There's gunfire on the live shot in the distance. So we came on the air. This is the live shot right now. We came on the air because there are a number of unconfirmed reports. Oh, and it was talked about. It was just talked about in that Q&A session. They talked about it. There are reports of a security incident in which a number of Israeli soldiers have been killed and injured in Gaza. And we've been watching fighting going on in northern Gaza on this live shot and hearing about fighting in Gaza. Reportedly, unconfirmed, but reportedly the Israeli media is on a blackout where they're not allowed to talk about the incident yet. And the incident was actually asked about in that press appearance by President Trump and Bibi Netanyahu. I wonder if I can find where they talked about it. I have to. It was like one of the first questions asked. Let me see if I can find that part of the briefing. But a reporter actually asked about the report, asked President Trump about it. Hold on. Let me try to find this here. I got to rewind. Give me a second. Let me rewind. Sorry. I'm going to play you guys a replay of when President Trump was asked about the incident that happened that we've been covering. There was a question where somebody asked about this unconfirmed incident. So I'm going to play that soundbite right now for you. It's like it's right here. So listen right now.
A big surprise late in the evening.
Listen.
So we'll be working with the governor and all of.
Listen right now. This is from earlier.
The people of Texas. We'll be going on Friday.
Mr. President, there was a security incident in northern Gaza today, right around the time that the Prime Minister was meeting with Secretary of State, Mr. Steve Lookner. Does that, a number of IDF soldiers reportedly have been injured, possibly killed, does that in any way put a wrinkle in ceasefire negotiations with Hamas?
I don't think.
So the question was, there's been a security incident in Gaza today. A number of Israeli soldiers have been wounded and possibly killed. This happened today. Does that get in the way of a ceasefire with Hamas? That literally was asked just a short while ago. And Trump said,
so they want it. They want to meet and they want to have that ceasefire. So I don't think so. Steve, could you respond to this? You know about it?
Well, I think it's terribly unfortunate. Terribly unfortunate. We were just talking about it. How tragic.
We're talking about it right now.
We have a
So Steve Witkoff, Trump's envoy to a number of countries, said that it's terribly unfortunate, and we were just talking about the security incident. They didn't give the details of it, but they said they were just talking about it.
An opportunity to finally get a peace deal, Mr. Prime Minister, as we discussed, and I'm hopeful for it very quickly.
Mr. President,
All right, so, you know, they didn't deny it happened. They actually said it happened. So, you know, the guy asked the question and said there's been this security incident where Israeli soldiers have been wounded or killed, and they didn't deny it. They said they were just talking about it. Sounds like, I mean, that sounds like it happened, whatever it is. I'm going to check if this changes to you. So we don't know the details. Let me actually show you guys some of the. There's been some significant fighting going on tonight in Gaza as well. Let me show you some replays of these explosions that have happened that we've seen. So we saw one a short while ago, which was this one. This is a short while ago.
What's the purpose of talking?
Watch on your screen right now. Keep an eye out. See that right there? Play it for you again. Oh, I think I have a typo. Soldiers. I have to fix the banner. I'll fix that. Anyways. So that was, there was an extra letter that got put in. So that was one explosion. Then there was another explosion we saw here earlier. Here's this one. Hold on. Periodically I'm hearing gunfire too. Here is another explosion that happened. Oh, hold on. That's gunfire. That's live. That's the sound of gunfire live. Okay, here's a replay of another explosion we saw. Look at that one. Play that again. One more. Stretch says pretty big for as far away as it was. And then the biggest I have seen so far, at least the biggest, I don't know if it was in fact the biggest, maybe it was closer to the camera. Here is the biggest one I have seen all night. This was right before I came on the air. Look at this one. This is also a replay. Look at that one. And the other ones might be just as big, but maybe this one was closer. Okay. So, also, then that one was about a half hour before we came on the air, which I guess was a couple hours ago or something. That was probably 3 hours ago. And then there was also a flash. While we were listening to President Trump and Bibi Netanyahu, there was a flash we saw quicker a short while ago. So I'll replay that for you as well. That was, I mean, this is pretty fast. Here, I'll show it real quick. It's right down here. You got to look closely. Here it is. See that right there? It's just a quick flash. Show it one more time. Right in there. Anyway, so that happened too. We've seen some of those. Those explosions are in Gaza. So presumably it's the Israeli military. That's what I would assume. I would assume it's the Israeli military. Hey, thanks so much to Jean-Paul Lachance just gave 10 more people memberships. That is so nice of you, Jean. Thank you, Jean-Paul Lachance. Very nice of you. Thanks, Notorious Rob, for your support on Twitch. Thanks to Eloso1375 for the gift sub. Thanks to Bad Toastery. And Chasing Shadows on Twitch, thanks for subscribing. Super Vixen 4, thanks for subscribing. Thanks for the hype train on Twitch. Oh, just heard a boom right there. Maybe artillery or something. Just heard it right now. Whoa! I missed a flash. Did I just miss a flash? We just heard a couple booms. I'll have to replay the flash. Now I'm hearing a plane fly overhead. Whoa, hearing some big booms now. I can show you that flash real quick. You want to see the flash real quick? Hang on here. Look on your screen right around here. Right around here. There it is right there, right there. I think maybe two of them. Right here. 1, 2. 2 flashes. And then we heard 2 explosions after. Oh, hold on. Hang on. We're hearing more. Oh. That boom you just heard was live. So we're hearing a bunch of booms now. But I think when those 2 flashes, we heard a few seconds later, we heard 2 booms. So I think we heard the booms from those flashes a little after the flashes. But just in the last few minutes, a number of booms and flashes. I'll see if I can find reports. Again, we don't really know the details of this incident. Wow, Jean-Paul Lachance just gave 50 people memberships in the YouTube chat. That's so generous of you. Hey, make sure you thank Jean-Paul if you just got a membership from him. That's so nice of Jean-Paul. I think he's given like 100 memberships. Thank you so much, Jean-Paul Lachance. Very kind of you. Really appreciate your support of the channel. Thank you so much to our moderators as well. Janet B is moderating. Thank you, Janet B. Sabrina is moderating. Thank you. Over on YouTube. On Twitch, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches and Sarah. On Facebook, Paul Anderson, K. Lowry Body. Thanks, Melissa Terry, for the stars, by the way. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. Thank you. Thanks to Alana Sims for the Facebook stars. Thanks also to our Facebook subscribers like Lou Knight, Chuck Mosca, Christy Claft, Jasmine Lynn, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Erin Van S., Robert Rial II. Really appreciate all of our subscribers over there. Rita Evans Lang as well. Yes, you are hearing a drone or drones. I just saw another flash right now, right? I just saw it. I was reading an update. Didn't we just see another one? I thought I saw it. Maybe I did. Did I? Yes. People are saying yes. Okay. I saw it out of the corner of my eye. Oh, that was a pretty big one. That was pretty big, actually. I will show you right now. I'll show you a replay. That was a pretty big explosion, it looked like. But it was quick. Okay, really quick, let me throw the replay on. Here's the replay. Just saw this right here. Watch right in here. Right in here. See that right there? Watch it again. That's pretty big. I mean, it's quick, but it was a pretty big explosion. It looked like. So, a lot of fighting going on in Gaza. This has been going on for hours now. I don't know if any of this fighting is a response to the reported incident in which some Israeli soldiers were reportedly killed and or injured. Don't know. Diamond thinks it is a response. Gulf Warbet says if there is a media blackout in Israel, there won't be any confirmations until allowed. Right. There's reports that there's a media blackout. It's unconfirmed. I mean, I can't imagine that there would not be more Israeli reporting on this if there were not a blackout. Thank you, Chris Lee from the UK. Thanks, Chris. Thanks also to our Twitch subscribers, like the Sugaro, Stolen Nam, Sandy Doggo, Shells 80, Aloso, Susan CHF, Shrocky, Wall Street and Shaggy, remove Glazers now. Sugar Glider Dude, Suspense 16, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Vigo Wow. Mick Bridges, Matthew Kohai 3, Threat 11. Ad Revenue and Ramen. Tech, I'll say Tech S. Bad Toastery and all of our other subscribers on Twitch, thank you. And wow, no joke, Jean-Paul Lachance just gave 50 more memberships. Unbelievable. 50 of you in the YouTube chat just got a membership from Jean-Paul Lachance. That's incredible. Thank you so much for all your support, Jean-Paul. Wow. I think Jean-Paul's given like 150 memberships tonight. I'm not kidding you, in the YouTube chat. Please make sure you thank him if you got a membership. That's so nice of him. Thank you again, Jean-Paul. One of our viewers just said no ceasefire, I'm assuming. Well, recently, after the Israeli war with Iran, the ceasefire negotiations have picked up again. But I don't know if this is going to impact those negotiations, what's happening tonight. What has happened and is happening. It is 3:21 a.m. local time. If you're wondering, the sun comes up in about 2 hours and 20 minutes there. At some point, we'll get more information about what has gone on, about this reported security incident, about whether and how many Israeli soldiers have been killed and injured, about what happened, about maybe the military response that's going on right now, or all the military activity we're seeing, but just unclear right now. Some reports claim that these Israeli soldiers got ambushed. Thank you, Mika Well, Armin. Nieko says the news might be delayed because Bibi is visiting USA. It got asked about a short while ago when President Trump and Netanyahu were taking some questions. And it was not denied that it happened, whatever it was. And actually, Steve Witkoff said they were just talking about it, whatever it was. This is not a typo. Jean-Paul Lachance just gave 50 more memberships. I'm not making that up. He really did. Just heard gunfire right now. Rapid gunfire. Just heard it. Thank you so much. Jean Paul, I think, has given like 200 people memberships. Unbelievable. It's so supportive of you, Jean Paul Chance. Thank you so much. I really appreciate all of your support for the channel. Wow. Make sure you thank Jean Paul if you got a membership from him, because he's given about 200 of you memberships. Sounds crazy to even say it. Thank you, Jean Paul. A lot of new members in the chat, thanks to Jean Paul, and our other viewers who have given memberships. Thanks also Tina Marie, our member, and Dr. Edward Moskowitz, our member. Periodically hearing that gunfire, I don't know if it's a helicopter, heavy gun from somewhere, from a vehicle, I don't know. Periodically we hear it. Gunfire. More. Just saw a flash right there. Just saw a flash right in the middle of the screen. Some sort of explosion. Just saw it. Now gunfire. More gunfire. A lot of activity going on. Thanks to our member Aaron S, by the way, and JoJo777JLD. Let me shout out some of our YouTube members like Gary Pates, Wendy Lance, Eddie C, Successive Nows, Miss Curvy, Callie Raven. There's a bunch there. Heather Lynn, Molly Masad, Infinite Infinite Inspirations turned off. Gaga 64, Need Some Scoons, Brandy, Dodger Blue, Nico, Marnie, Pam Bachman, J-Lat, Extra AF, Gary Baines, Care. Thanks to all of our members over there on YouTube. Dean R, Skin 4444, Owl Hippie. Thank you, Kiwi, as well. Gunfire, more of it. Thanks, Kiwi. I don't know what the record is for memberships. John Paul's probably close if he doesn't have it. That's incredible. Thank you again, John Paul LaChance. More gunfire. Also, Shadows 6530 for the gift membership. Thanks, Shadows. A lot of fighting in Gaza tonight. Reportedly, there has been some sort of major security incident in which a number of Israeli soldiers were killed and or wounded. We don't know the specifics yet. Reportedly, unconfirmed, reportedly there's a Israel media blackout on the event at the moment. They're not allowed to talk about it from the reports I've been hearing. I mean, it's just obvious there is, right? Because literally it was asked about, like, within the last hour. President Trump was asked about it with Netanyahu sitting there, and he did not deny it. And President Trump's envoy to the Middle East said that something had happened. And I don't see anything about it in Israel, the Israeli media. So, I mean, I'm sure the Israeli media wants to talk about it. So given that they're not talking about it, that tells me that they must be blacked out on talking about it. Otherwise, it makes no sense. Thanks, Jackball TV. Member for 23 months. Thank you, Jackball. We have seen a number of large explosions and flashes in the distance on the Reuters feed from Gaza. Well, this is a feed looking into Gaza from Israel, northern Gaza. We just heard a little boom right there. Just heard a boom right there. I have seen some unconfirmed reports about what happened. I'm not going to start repeating unconfirmed reports on the air where where they're not really well sourced at all. But some reports claim that, a couple dozen soldiers could have been hurt and killed. But I have no idea if that's true. Saza Lizdek thinks something is happening. Article 92 brought this up. I was thinking this myself. I haven't been seeing reports. I have not been seeing reports that any Israeli soldiers were captured. That would obviously be a huge deal. I have, in the reports I've seen, I have not been seeing that. Big boom right there. Oh, you know what I didn't even see? I had yet to see this. Maybe some people have. I totally missed this earlier. So we came on the air around the time we were coming on the air. Well, maybe before that. No, around the time we were coming on the air, Trey Yingst with Fox News, who reports from the Middle East, said a significant incident tonight inside Gaza. Waiting to report details until we can confirm additional information. He posted that about 3 hours ago, Trey Yingst, and I just saw it. So again, Trey Yingst from Fox News says, a significant incident tonight inside Gaza, waiting to report details until we can confirm additional information. Oh, somehow my headphones. Oh, sorry. Give me a second. I might have to switch up my headphones. Once in a while, my headphones act kind of weird. Give me a moment. I have to get my headphones working again, or else I can't hear. Now they're doing this stupid thing. I might have to get my other headphones. I need did Jean-Paul Lachance give more? Jean-Paul Lachance just gave 50 more memberships. I think he's given 250 memberships. Unbelievable. Look at all the new memberships. Jean-Paul Lachance, thank you so much for all your support. It's just incredible. Please thank Jean-Paul if he got you a membership. Unbelievable. Actually, he might be up to 300. You know what? You might be right. I think I think he's at 300. Did I miss 50? Because now I think Jean-Paul got to 300. Unbelievable. Guys, hundreds of you should thank Jean-Paul. Jean-Paul, that is so nice of you. Thank you. Really quick, I have to grab my earbuds for a minute. Give me 1 minute. I need 1 minute. We just heard a boom. Incredible, Jean-Paul. Thank you. All right. I'm going to take 1 minute. Hang on. I'm coming right back. I'm coming right back. 1 minute. Thanks for your patience. I just need to put my earbuds in. Give me a moment here. Okay, we're good. We are good. Now, okay. By the way, a couple thank yous I owe. Did I miss any flashes? Hearing gunfire and booms right now. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hearing booms. Hearing gunfire. By the way, thanks so much from Argentina to our viewer from there, El Nacional 2's Gallery from Argentina. Thank you so much. Just saw a flash on the left. Just saw a flash on the left. Right now. Thanks to Curious Farms Market for the gift memberships, Courtney Daffern for the gift memberships. Kiwi, thank you for the gift membership. So nice of you. Thanks for the memberships, everybody. It's really kind. Make sure you thank somebody if they give you a membership or a subscription. Thanks Shaggy for subscribing. Fun Employed for subscribing over on Twitch. So what I was saying before is Trey Yingst, who's a reliable reporter from Fox News, good reporter, very good reporter, and he covers the Middle East. He said there has been a significant incident tonight in Gaza. He says waiting to report details until we can confirm additional information. Again, reportedly there's been a major security incident where a number, perhaps a large number of Israeli soldiers were killed and or injured, but we don't know the details and have heard reports. It certainly seems like there is an Israeli media blackout on this by the Israeli military and Israeli government until they do whatever. At the same time, for hours now, some very significant fighting we've been seeing and hearing in Gaza and hearing about. We've seen several really big explosions at various points, which in a second I can replay some of those for you. But and you're hearing some booms, you're hearing gunfire, but just kind of unclear what's going on. And all this happens while the last couple days Israel and Hamas has been doing indirect negotiation to try to reach a ceasefire deal. Those talks have resumed after Israel's war against Iran. But I don't know if what's happening tonight is going to get in the way of that. So we're bringing you live coverage. Hey, thanks El Nacional 2's Gallery for more memberships. And thank you, El Nacional's 2 Gallery. And guess what? I'm not making this up. Jean-Paul Lachance just gave 50 more memberships. I believe that Jean-Paul Lachance has now given 350 memberships. I'm not making this up. So many of you have gotten gift memberships tonight. So please thank him. If you got one from him or from somebody else, thank them. But I can't thank you enough, Jean-Paul Lachance. Wow. Thank you so much for your support of the channel. It's so kind of you, so generous. And people are very happy in the chat about their memberships they're getting. But we do not know details of the incident and also don't know details about all this fighting that's going on tonight. At some point, it's going to be allowed to be reported. There are unconfirmed reports I've seen. There are unconfirmed reports I've seen of a number of Israeli helicopters that earlier in the evening left Gaza and went to hospitals. I can't confirm that for you. I assume if Israeli soldiers have been wounded, that's happened. Does it seem like a major incident? Yes, it seems like an incident where a significant number of Israeli soldiers have been killed and wounded. That doesn't happen that often in Gaza. But I can't give you the details. And also, all this other fighting going on there. Hey, thanks, by the way, to Bird Fam Bam. I really appreciate it. Thanks for your support. That's really kind of you, Bird Fam Bam. Also, Tennessee Tornado gave some of you memberships. Thanks, Tennessee Tornado. I appreciate that. And our new member, Emily Brooke. Thank you. If you're wondering, about an hour and a half, well, actually, more like a little less than 2 hours till the sun comes up in Gaza. I am looking for updates. If I hear more, I'll tell you more. I'm checking out some Arabic language channels, Middle Eastern outlets. Oh, I mentioned the sun comes up because I'm thinking maybe the fighting will settle down when the sun comes up. I don't know that for sure. I'm wondering if that's the case. Okay, I have an update for you. A couple of Palestinian news outlets I follow are reporting this. Palestinian Information Center says Israeli artillery shelling and gunfire targeting the Batan al-Samin areas and Kizan Rashwan areas south of Khan Yunis in the southern Gaza Strip. So you're looking at the northern Gaza Strip, but in the southern Gaza Strip, I'm seeing these reports right now from the last minute of Israeli artillery shelling and gunfire targeting some areas south of Khan Yunis in the southern Gaza Strip. There's a lot of Israeli military activity going on tonight in the Gaza Strip and different parts of the Gaza Strip. I don't know what to say anymore. Jean-Paul Lachance just gave 50 more memberships. I think that's now 400. I'm not kidding you. He just did. Wow. Look at all those new members. Jean-Paul, thank you. What can I say? Thank you so much. The channel exists because of the viewer support, and that is incredibly, it's beyond generous of Jean-Paul Lachance. And a lot of chatters are thankful that they got they just got new membership. Thank you so much, Jean-Paul Lachance. Super nice of Jean-Paul. Thank you. Do you guys want? I can replay some of the explosions we have seen, just so you can see it if you haven't seen it. What is this? Hold on. Hang on one moment. Hearing, I think, some gunfire right now. Yeah, let me throw up on the screen. I'm going to show you guys some of what we've seen so far, some of the explosions, just to give you a sense of some of what we've seen. All right, here's one. This is replay number 1 from about 2 hours ago. Watch this here. That is a big explosion. Let me play that again for you. This was about 2 hours ago. That boom you heard just happened. That boom just... Hold on, hold on, hold on. See, I go to the replay. Now we're hearing booms. Now we're hearing new booms. Now we're hearing new booms. Now I got to check and make sure I didn't miss anything when I was showing you the replay. I can check. I think. Hold on. Hearing more booms. A bunch of booms now, a lot of booms. I'm not seeing flashes, but I'm hearing booms. All right, so that's happening. More, it sounds like maybe artillery going on right now. You're hearing it live on the live shot. Listen to this. Wow. Thanks so much to Columinati Gaming, who gave 20 people memberships. Thank you, Columinati Gaming. I appreciate that. And our new member, Mylene OO. And Greg Pondell for the gift membership. Thanks, Greg. And Keith Lewis, our member. And Don Campbell. Also, Sunshine Shells, our new member. Maybe I'll show you another replay, if I can take a second. Here is another one of the explosions we saw tonight. This was quite a big one. All right, so this is a replay from earlier. This is a replay from earlier. Watch the middle of your screen. Right there, look at that. Big explosion. So that was earlier, and I'm going to show you another one. I'm going to show you the biggest one I've seen, which happened right before I came on the air. Now here is the biggest one I've seen. This happened right before I came on the air. My guess is it's bigger because it's closer. All right, here's the one from earlier. Right before we came on the air, on the feed, I saw this one. Look at that one. Wow. Crazy. I'll play that a couple times for you. Now the other ones might be that big, but they're just farther away. Hold on, I'm hearing gunfire on the live shot. Gunfire on the live shot. Gunfire right now. This is all still very murky. Now, Al-Hadath, which is an Arabic language news outlet, Al-Hadath is claiming that the number of Israeli soldiers killed and wounded was 16. That's what they're claiming. I don't know that it's true, but that is being reported by Al-Hadath, which is a prominent Arabic language news outlet. They are claiming that a total of 16 soldiers were killed and wounded, of Israeli soldiers. I don't know if that's true. Al-Qahira News, which is an Egyptian news outlet, is claiming that 5 helicopters transported dead and wounded Israeli soldiers from northern Gaza to Tel Aviv. Is that true? I have no idea. That's from Egyptian news outlet Al-Qahira News. Hey, thanks to Tawana Robinson. I appreciate it, Tawana. And let's see here. Illuminati Gaming gave some more memberships too. Thank you, Illuminati Gaming. Hopefully I caught up on everybody's. I hope I didn't miss any. President Trump was asked about this during his dinner with Netanyahu, and he didn't deny it happened. Didn't really say much about it. Steve Witkoff seemed to acknowledge it happened, but they didn't say much about it. Netanyahu didn't say anything about it. Hearing some more booms. Again, the Al-Hadath Arabic language news outlet report was that they claimed that a total of 16 Israeli soldiers were killed and injured. I cannot confirm that. That's what they claim. That's a Saudi news channel, Al-Hadath. Thanks, Paula, our new member. Thanks, MAGA since 1492. More gunfire right now. And really barely a peep about this at all for hours from the Israeli media, which certainly supports the hypothesis that there is a media blackout underway on this in Israel, a temporary one. Gunfire. I assume you can hear that as well. Bunch of gunfire. The drones, I assume, are Israeli drones over Gaza. That would be my assumption. Drone or drones. They've been going the entire time we've been on the air. One or more of them. Thanks so much to Courtney Daffern and Ken Lance. Thank you. I am checking a lot of different places, trying to find updates on what happened. Hard to find details at the moment. More gunfire. Some of the unconfirmed reports earlier claimed that there was an ambush on the Israeli troops where they were killed and or wounded, but I cannot confirm that. Wow. Wow. Thank you. The Tea with Tammy and Yapfit for being members. More booms right now. Sounds like artillery, maybe. Oh, did I miss a flash? Some people see it. Some people saw some flashes really far off. I was trying to get some updates here. Let me go back and check myself. Maybe you saw it while I was checking news reports. Oh, well, there was just a big flash. I saw it. Okay, about a minute ago. Let me replay this for you. Thanks to the viewers for mentioning this. One of the viewers gave me the time code. Hold on a second. Look on the right side of your screen. Coming up, Okay, right side of your screen. Here's the replay right now. Look at the right side of your screen. Watch this. Right there. See that? See that again. Right there. That flash on the right. Whoa! That's all live. You're hearing live sounds right now. Palestinian media is claiming that 4 people have died in the southern Gaza Strip as a result of Israeli strikes. I cannot confirm that. Palestinian Information Center says 4 dead as a result of Israel's bombing of a tent sheltering displaced people in the southern Gaza Strip. I cannot confirm that. I have no way of confirming that. But there have been numerous reports of airstrikes in other parts of Gaza. We're looking at northern Gaza. There have been reports of airstrikes in artillery in southern Gaza, for example, tonight. I'll post a video that's purportedly aftermath of some sort of Israeli strike in the central Gaza Strip. I'm going to post the link in the chat. I don't have the rights to it, but I just posted the link in the chat from a Palestinian news outlet. And we are, what, over 21 months after the start of the Israeli war against Hamas, after the October 7th attack. Actually, we're probably right about 21 months. Because the October 7th attack was October 7th. So this is the 21st month, exactly 21 months after the October 7th attack. And I believe Israel began the war just about right after that. Gunfire right now. Thanks to our viewer No Paths Needed for watching. We are bringing you live coverage. Still not sure what exactly has happened and is happening in Gaza, but a significant incident has apparently happened, where a number of Israeli soldiers have been reportedly killed and or injured. And intense fighting has been going on for hours in Gaza. Shout out to our moderators. You guys are awesome. Janet B is moderating. Thanks, Janet, on YouTube. On Twitch, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3 McBridges, Sarah, thank you. Thanks to Anonymous Gifter, who gave a sub on Twitch, by the way. Kay Lowry Body, Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley on Facebook, Valerie Gail Griffin, thanks for moderating there. Linda Bell, Larry, and Misha as well on X. Thank you. 4:20 a.m. in both Israel and Gaza. I believe it's the same time in both. Yes, it is. AP says that Netanyahu and Trump, Netanyahu is having dinner with Trump tonight. AP says they are discussing efforts to push forward with a 60-day ceasefire proposal to pause the 20-month conflict in Gaza. I don't know how all this is going to play into that. AP says Trump has made clear that after last month's 12-day war between Israel and Iran, Trump would like to see the Gaza conflict end soon. White House officials are urging Israel and Hamas to quickly seal a new ceasefire agreement that would bring about a 60-day pause in the fighting, send aid flooding into Gaza, and free at least some of the remaining 50 hostages held in the territory, 20 of whom are believed to be alive. A sticking point, though, is whether the ceasefire will end the war altogether. Hamas has said it is willing to free all the hostages in exchange for an end to the war and a full Israeli withdrawal from Gaza. Netanyahu says the war will end once Hamas surrenders, disarms, and goes into exile, which Hamas refuses to do. So there's your big disagreement. Israel says war doesn't end until Hamas surrenders and leaves Gaza. Hamas says, we're not giving all the hostages back until you agree to end the war and withdraw from Gaza. Ron Lolordo says, sounds like a stalemate. Well, this fighting is still going on after 21 months. Another update here. Ooh, boom. Just heard that. By the way, Reuters reports Yemen's Iran-aligned Houthis said today that a cargo ship they struck with gunfire rockets and explosive-laden remote-controlled boats had sunk in the Red Sea after their first known attack on the high seas this year. Reuters could not verify whether the ship had sunk. The Houthis claimed responsibility for Sunday's assault on the ship and said they had allowed the 19 crew members to disembark from the Liberian-flagged bulk carrier, the Magic Seas. The attack ended a half year of calm on the Red Sea, one of the world's busiest shipping routes, where Houthi attacks from the end of 2023 through late 2024 had disrupted shipping between Europe and Asia through the Suez Canal. The Houthis had launched more than 100 attacks on ships in the Red Sea, the Gulf of Aden, and the Bab al-Mandab Strait that links them, in what they described as solidarity with the Palestinians after war erupted in Gaza in 2023. Those attacks had halted earlier this year, had halted this year. The last known attack was December, but there was a new one yesterday, a new attack on a ship yesterday, the first this year by the Houthis. Another boom right there. More gunfire still here. Listen to all the gunfire. Truth WSYF thinks something big happened tonight. We don't know yet for sure. Eventually we'll find out. The sun comes up there in a little over an hour. About an hour and 15 minutes. Wow. John Jordan said there was another flash. I didn't see it. Mercina says, can't hear the gunfire so well. Well, maybe turn up your volume, because I can hear it. More gunfire now. Update. Couple of Palestinian news outlets I follow report Israeli artillery shelling near Gaza City. Palestinian Information Center says heavy artillery shelling Uh-oh. Did they restart the stream? Let's see here. I hope they didn't lose the stream. We'll see. Sometimes the feeds come in and out. I'll check with Reuters if the stream stays off. Let's see. There's no kind of message that it's done. But we seem to have lost it for the moment. But it doesn't say the stream ended. Sometimes they restart the streams. So I am looking for updates right now. Oh, we're back. We're back. There you go. Whoa, huge explosion! Huge explosion! Huge explosion! Whoa, did you see that? Wow. Right when we came back. A huge explosion, enormous. Whoa! Whoa! Whoa, and that's the boom. That was enormous. That was enormous. Wow. Crazy, crazy, crazy. What is going on there? Well, that was really crazy. We will replay that in a second, but that was really crazy. Whoa, that just lit up the sky. Hey, thanks, Lewis R. Thank you, Lewis. I appreciate that. That was enormous. Thank you also, Fox250R and Anna GMA04 and Miss Curvy. Another big boom. This is really nuts. What is going on there tonight? All right, I'm going to show you that explosion again, because that was enormous. All right, here it is. Here's that explosion again. Watch this. Look at that. Wow. Crazy. Just moments ago. Then there was a big boom after. I'll play the boom. Wow! Right when we came back. A huge explosion, enormous. Whoa! Whoa! That was the boom from it. That was the boom. I don't remember when the last time was that this feed had so much going on with these explosions. It's been forever since I've seen it. I mean, I don't sit watching it every night, but this has been intense for hours. Wow. This is 21 months to the day after October 7th, the October 7th attack by Hamas. And basically it's 21 months into the war of Israel's war on Hamas and Gaza. More gunfire then. Akanti says so much for the truce. I don't know, you know. They're supposed to be negotiating a ceasefire right now, but I mean, obviously this is not a ceasefire, so. As I said, I don't know how much of this is a response to this reported big incident, which we don't know the details of. Supposedly some sort of major security incident where numerous Israeli soldiers were killed and wounded happened tonight in Gaza. We don't know the details. And is this Israel's response to that? What can I say? I don't know. There was a ceasefire at one point in the war, but that is no longer happening. I remember covering months ago when Israel started attacking Hamas again and the ceasefire broke. I forget when how many months ago that was and how many ceasefires there have been. I mean, there have been some shorter ones too. But we covered it a couple months ago. Where Israel launched a major attack on Hamas in Gaza. Yeah, I have it right. 2025 ceasefire lasted from January 19th through March 18th. You can read about it on Wikipedia. 2025 Gaza war ceasefire. On March 18th, Israel launched surprise attacks on Gaza, breaking the ceasefire with Hamas. We covered that. Netanyahu's office stated that the strikes were carried out in response to Hamas's refusal to release hostages and Hamas's rejection of proposals to extend the ceasefire. And Netanyahu also declared Israel has resumed combat in full force against Hamas in Gaza. Now, the last couple days, they're supposed to be negotiating about a ceasefire again. The big explosions are from Israel. Those are Israel launching airstrikes or Israel launching artillery or whatever. That's what my guess. My guess is that the really big explosions are Israeli strikes. Or missiles launched by drones or whatever. More booms. My guess is that's probably Israeli artillery. I don't think Hamas has artillery like that, but you never know. More gunfire I'm hearing now. to repeat, it appears that there is a current media blackout on Israeli media from reporting on this until the Israeli government says it's okay to. That's certainly what it appears. The smoke detector battery chirp is at the source. I cannot do anything about that. The Washington Post says Trump hosts Netanyahu amid hopes for Gaza ceasefire. Listen to the booms. The Washington Post says Israel's military successes, beginning with the decimation of Hezbollah's leadership last year and including its performance in the 12-day war with Iran, have dramatically changed the power relationships in the region. Washington Post says the head of the political studies department at Bar Ilan University in Israel, Jonathan Reinhold, said there's no doubt that chances for a ceasefire has improved. Now, I don't know if this is before all this. He said, Hamas is under immense pressure, and in Israel, public opinion has been against continuing the war, he said. He also believes that Netanyahu owes Trump because of the U.S. decision to join the attack against Iran's nuclear program. He said if President Trump is upset, that also damages Netanyahu at home. Trump last week said Israel had agreed to the framework of a deal for a 60-day ceasefire that mediators hope will provide a window of calm in which to negotiate an end to the 21-month war. It is obviously not calm tonight. Under the framework of the deal, a copy of which the Washington Post obtained, more than half of the 50 Israeli hostages remaining in the custody of militants in Gaza, believed to include roughly 20 alive and 30 dead, would be released in 5 stages over the course of a 2-month truce, in exchange for an as-yet unspecified number of Palestinian prisoners. There would also be informational exchanges about hostages and Palestinian prisoners. The remaining hostages would be released when a final peace settlement is concluded. The Israeli rights group Hamoked says Israel is holding more than 2,400 people from Gaza in administrative detention as unlawful combatants. One of the points of contention in the negotiations, says the Washington Post, is Hamas's desire for Israeli forces to withdraw all the way to the lines they held during a previous ceasefire this year. Hamas has not publicly commented on the changes it has sought in the deal. Since Israel broke the ceasefire in March, it has expanded the buffer zone officials say it intends to hold permanently inside Gaza. The Post says another potential sticking point in the negotiations is how humanitarian aid gets to Gaza's civilian population. Hamas wants aid distributed through the United Nations and the Palestine Red Crescent Society, rather than through the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, an operation backed by Israel and the U.S. and patrolled by private American security contractors that has largely taken over aid distribution inside Gaza since late May. It's about an hour until sunrise there. Give me 1 second. I got to translate something here that I'm looking at. When the apparent media blackout on what happened of the Israeli media will be lifted, I do not know. When the government will reveal details about this incident, I do not know. Somebody said there was a tiny flash. Where was that? I can check it out. Oh, I just saw it. 2 of them. I'll replay it and show you. Watch right here. Just about a minute ago. Watch right in here. Right in here. Ready? Right in here. Oh, sorry. That boom was live. That boom sounded like live outgoing. Here is the replay again. Watch right in here. 1, 2. And then a little light appeared on the screen. 2 flashes and a little light appears on the screen. Can you guys see that there? 2 flashes and that little light. Well, the flashes, I'm guessing, are explosions. For those who haven't seen it, I'll show the explosion we saw about 20 minutes ago, which was really crazy. Uh-oh. This happened to our camera a short while ago. We'll see what happens here. Hopefully they get it back. But 15 minutes ago this happened. It went down for about 30. Now it's back. It's back. It's back. Here is that big explosion we saw. This is about 20 minutes ago. Watch this. Look at that. Crazy. The stuff on the bottom of the screen is, I believe, Stay Wrote Israel. Those lights you see, that's Stay Wrote Israel. It's looking into Gaza. Hearing gunfire. The camera's in Israel. That's Israel at the bottom. More gunfire. Amakai Stein reports that the Trump-Netanyahu meeting has ended. I'm seeing it from N12 as well. Trump-Netanyahu meeting has ended. They had dinner. Another big boom right there. Sounds like outgoing. Thanks so much to AZ Intel's dad, who says, pray for peace, pray for Texas. Hey, AZ Intel's dad, thanks for all your support. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, MAGA since 1492. Wow. Wow. It is almost 5 a.m. Israel and Gaza time. For hours, we've been hearing the sounds and seeing the sights of fighting in northern Gaza. After a reported incident in which supposedly a number of Israeli soldiers were killed and wounded, but that has not been confirmed yet. Oh, I missed another flash. There was another flash. Some reports have claimed around 15 or 16 soldiers were killed and or wounded, but I don't know if that's accurate. Some have said around 5 killed and 10 wounded, but no idea if that's accurate. None. If the booms continue, the gunfire continues. Wow. Now, one difference from when the war started is that you're not getting rocket alerts. There were a couple of false alarm rocket alerts earlier tonight, according to the IDF. But these days, you're not seeing rockets being fired from Gaza into Israel. I don't know when the last one was, but there's a boom. But, you know, when the war first started, there would be these rocket alerts in Israel and rockets being fired. Thank you, Space Fraggle, for shouting out the mods. Thanks, LG. I have not heard Netanyahu address this yet. He might have said something quickly about it. I'll replay the part of the press conference. Trump was asked about it in a press conference. I can't remember if Netanyahu said something quickly about it. He didn't say much. Trump and Witkoff talked about it a little bit. I'll replay it for you. Here's the audio from earlier when it was asked about. I got to turn down this audio though. Hold on. Let me turn down this audio. I'm replaying the audio from when Trump was asked about it.
The Prime Minister was meeting with the Secretary of State in northern Gaza today, right around
on Friday.
Mr. President, there was a security incident in northern Gaza today, right around the time that the Prime Minister was meeting with the Secretary of State, Mr. Steve Lookner. Does that, and a number of IDF soldiers reportedly have been injured, possibly killed, does that in any way put a wrinkle in ceasefire negotiations with Hamas?
I don't think so. They want it. They want to meet and they want to have that ceasefire. So I don't think so. Steve, could you respond to this? You know about it?
Well, I think it's terribly unfortunate. Terribly unfortunate. We were just talking about it, how tragic it is.
Talking about it right now.
We have an opportunity to finally get a peace deal, Mr. Prime Minister, as we discussed, and I'm hopeful for it very quickly.
Mr. President,
that was it. So Netanyahu didn't even answer.
Mr. President, there was a security incident.
More gunfire. Oh, there was a little light on the screen, too. That might have been a car in the lower left. Wow. More gunfire, more booms. Thank you, MAGA, since 1492. And thank you for your service. Jenny Ann says major fighting going on. We're certainly hearing a lot of gunfire right now. Oh, it's... Al-Mayadeen says that heavy artillery shelling by Israel targets the Shujaya and Zaytun neighborhoods east of Gaza City. I don't know if you can see Gaza City on this camera. Gaza City's in the north, but I don't know that it's north enough to be on this camera. Oh, by the way, I should point out, so some of the reports claim that the security incident earlier tonight, in which supposedly a number of Israeli soldiers were killed and injured, some of the reports claim it was in Beit Hanun. Beit Hanun is, I believe, the part of Gaza that's closest to this camera. It's in the top right of Gaza. I'll show you here if I can. So it is interesting. If you look here, really quick, there's a Google map, but Beit Hanun is here, and the camera I think is like over here somewhere. Stay Road area. So it's possible that the area closest to the camera is where the incident happened. I'm starting to hear a few birds too. Hey, thanks Carissa for the gift memberships. I think I didn't miss Carissa. Thanks so much, Carissa. John Gamble thinks some of the gunfire you hear in the background would be heavy machine guns like a .50 caliber machine gun. That's what John Gamble thinks. quite active, as you can hear. I think we're starting to see maybe a little light, because are we seeing a little more light? B. Earhart says it's getting light out. Starting to see a bit. At some point, the apparent, certainly seems like it to me, at some point the media blackout that I think is going on will be lifted in Israel, and we'll get some actual, there'll be some reporting about what actually happened in this incident. Trey Yinks, the Fox News reporter, posted about it like 4 hours ago. He said, a significant incident tonight inside Gaza, waiting to report details until we can confirm additional information. Starting to see the light out right now. Boom, boom. Oh, thanks to Sherry. Sherry mentioned that the Times of Israel said Prime Minister Netanyahu. The Times of Israel says the Prime Minister Netanyahu is on his way to Blair House in Washington, D.C. for a briefing with the Israeli traveling press. I don't know if he'll say anything about this incident in his briefing with the Israeli traveling press. If so, I'll let you know. Again, the booms are presumably Israel firing at Hamas targets. Cardinals Roos says, I wonder if this means no meetup in Qatar to talk ceasefire. Regarding this incident, Israel periodically has soldiers who get killed or injured in Gaza. But this would be is supposedly a significant number, a larger than usual number. Some outlets were saying 15 or 16 soldiers may have been killed and or injured. And all I can tell you is that the reports I heard said it was a quite serious incident. I don't know the details. Some said more than that, some said less. And it was significant enough, apparently, to lead Israel to black out Israeli media and say you can't talk about it for now. And also, for all I know, it was serious enough to cause this fighting tonight, because there's been a bunch of fighting going on. I don't know if it's a direct response to that, but there's been a lot. Why would they not want it talked about it? Well, if it's an ongoing military operation, they might not want to have any reporting which would compromise the operation. Also, one of our viewers said maybe they would want to notify people, families of the soldiers first. Also, maybe they want to control the publicity on it. I don't know if it's bad news. So those are three reasons I can think of. I don't know exactly. Truth WSYF says this is a war still. I really have no idea when reporting on this is going to happen. It's been hours now. Shui says daybreak is imminent. There is no ceasefire at the moment. There's negotiations going on for a ceasefire. Bombastic Side-A says, I thought this was all over. It is certainly not all over. I missed the flash. Was there a flash? Maybe I can replay it. I missed it. I'm trying to check for updates here, so sometimes I miss these things. Somebody have a time code? So they said they saw a flash on the left. If somebody can give me the time code, I'll replay it for you. I need the seconds number. Boom! More booms right now. Wow. One of our viewers said, Justin King said, can't be over, there are still hostages. Yeah, just if you can give me the time code, I'll replay the flash. Someone will post it in the chat. No, I need the seconds. It's not. I need the minutes and the seconds. Otherwise, it's too hard to find. People are posting different time codes. I haven't found it yet. If somebody finds it, let me know. Again, I need the time code from the top, not the bottom, the top clock with the seconds on it. Oh, I just saw it. I just saw it. I'll show you guys. Thanks. One of the viewers, Don't Give a Tuck, posted it. Here it is right here. Watch the replay here. Look on the left. Look on the left side here. Right there. Watch. I'll show you again. Left side. See that? I'll do it again. There it was. Good catch. I would love to be able to tell you what happened in this incident, but it has not been reported yet. So we still don't know. No call to prayer. Well, I'm guessing there might not be people, many, I don't know that any people are supposed to be living in this area of northern Gaza. I don't know if we would normally hear call to prayer on this camera like 2 years ago, but I think civilians maybe are not supposed to be living in northern Gaza at this moment. I don't know if you hear them anyway, so. Might just be because of the camera you're looking at, where this location is. I believe if you were looking right over the border, oh yeah, now Bone says the cam is in Israel, there's no call to prayer. Although I think maybe certain, if you're right on the border, there may have been ones where we could hear it a couple, like the start of the war, I can't remember. Because I know we used to hear call to prayer stuff. And as Susanna says, there could be call to prayers in certain parts of Israel. So I can't remember what cameras we used to hear them on and whether we heard it on this one. Some booms right now. Thank you, Brian Beelman, who says, people beating down others once again, and this is a long conflict, sad. Thanks to Joe Chingon over there on Twitch for subscribing. Oh, there another boom for subscribing. In case you're just joining us, hours ago there were numerous reports more booms. There were numerous reports hours ago of an unconfirmed major security incident in which a number of Israeli soldiers were killed and injured. We don't know the details on that. It sounds like, from everything I've been hearing, that there is a media blackout on the Israeli media right now so that they cannot report on it yet. And for hours, there has been significant fighting going on in Gaza, and we've been hearing and seeing a bunch of it on this live cam looking into northern Gaza via Reuters. This comes while Israel and Hamas are supposedly having indirect talks towards a ceasefire. And Prime Minister Netanyahu visited President Trump tonight, and supposedly a big topic was trying to reach a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. So we've been waiting to hear more about what exactly happened in this incident. Yes, there's a drone or drones is the hum you are hearing right now. We have seen some big explosions during the evening. I will show you one as an example that we saw. Here is one we saw about an hour ago. Look at that. Play it one more time. Very well could be an airstrike. And then I'll play the audio. This audio is loud. I'm going to play the audio so you hear a few seconds after you heard the boom. Right when we came back. Right when a huge explosion, enormous. Whoa! 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 That was the sound of that explosion on the feed. This is live. That's live you're hearing right now. That's probably outgoing. Hey, thanks so much to William Smith. Thank you, William. That's really nice of you. Wow. William Smith, thank you. Hearing, it sounds like outgoing fire right now. A lot of it. A lot of it. Dutch Synth says wild times. Alexi thinks it's going to get intense in the daytime. I don't know. I was thinking maybe it would stop in the daytime. I have no idea. We're hearing more booms now. Lola P thinks it sounds very significant. No, Israel broke a ceasefire back in March. There's no ceasefire right now. This camera, I believe, is in Sderot, Israel. Sderot. This camera, I believe, is normally locked down. I believe this camera is just fixed normally. Hey, thanks, Fiona CD. Thank you, Fiona. It's 5:32 local time. When are we going to hear something more about what happened? Oh, the cameraman might be sleeping. That's true. That is true. I assume there's somebody sitting there with the camera, so. I've heard that kind of thing before. Shane Nowlin says, what did Sean say? Boom. Seems very intense over there, said Shane. Yeah, I think you're hearing the breathing of the camera person. I think they might have fallen asleep. Maybe at somebody's house or something. I don't know if the camera person is... I think they might be inside a house or an apartment. Kenneth Colton says, when does the media blackout, the apparent media blackout on this incident in Israel end? I do not know. I have no idea. Wow. But it's not just, I mean, to me, it's not just that incident. The fact that we've been having this ongoing sounds of fighting for hours and hours, I find that significant. Some big explosions in northern Gaza. A bunch of artillery we seem to be hearing. Given that they're negotiating on a ceasefire, Logan's Run says they're not for letting up. I think it's maybe a little hazy back here. I think maybe if it weren't so hazy, you might see some more of the kind of ruins, buildings in Gaza over here. I think. I'm not positive. I'll show you, let me show you another one of the explosions that happened earlier. This is, oops. This is from earlier tonight. Watch this. If I queued it up right. Look at that one. That was earlier tonight. That was right before I came on the air. I'm just repeating it for you so you can see it. And then this one was not even that long ago. There's another one not that long ago. That's the boom when we came back. Let me show you the one from about an hour ago. Here's the one from around an hour ago. Watch this. Look at that one. Similar location, it looks like. So those are some big explosions. Jimmy B81 says, is this ever going to end? Tiger Metal Stack says not in the near future. Shout out to our moderators who have been here. I really appreciate all of our moderators. Thank you. To name a few: Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Mick Bridges and Sarah over on Twitch, K. Lowry Body, Paul Anderson, Shannon Davis Hughes on Facebook. Thank you. Linda Bell, Larry Misha on X, Margaret Riley on Facebook. Our viewer, Mom, says, seems to be going quiet now. You know, it's been like this throughout our coverage tonight. It gets quieter, then louder. I don't know if it's going to quiet down during the day, but there were periods it was quieter and periods where it really picked up. Oh, thanks to here's an interesting name, Slime Diver, our viewer on YouTube. Thanks for your support. Hey, thanks to Debbie B for the gift membership, too. That's really nice of you, Debbie B. Thank you. Also, Brian Beelman. He says it's too quiet. The cameraman will wake up now. Thank you, Brian. I appreciate that. By the way, there is a new statement from the Department of Defense. AZ Intel spotted this. Thank you, AZ Intel. So there's an official statement from the Department of Defense. President Trump said, while we saw him he took some questions today when he was sitting with Netanyahu, and he said that the U.S. was going to start sending some defensive weapons was going to send some more defensive weapons to Ukraine. So the Pentagon posted tonight saying, at President Trump's direction, the Department of Defense is sending additional defensive weapons to Ukraine to ensure the Ukrainians can defend themselves while we work to secure a lasting peace and ensure the killing stops. Our framework for the President to evaluate military shipments across the globe remains in effect and is integral to our America First defense priorities. It doesn't go into detail. It doesn't go into detail. As I mentioned hours ago, around the time we were coming on the air, Trey Yingst of Fox News, who's a very reliable reporter in the Middle East, said a significant incident tonight inside Gaza. He said, waiting to report details until we can confirm additional information. That's what Trey Yingst said. That was hours ago, about 5 hours ago. And really not a peep from the Israeli media on this, the regular Israeli media, but again, I think that's because they have been censored from talking about it until the government says it's okay. Macro Geek says eerie silence. If I hear some reliable report, I'll pass it along to you. It's now 5:46 a.m. there. It's a long time of silence. Shalomi Sela thinks the news usually starts at 6 a.m. Is that true, Shalomi? I have no idea. 6 a.m. is in 12 minutes. I certainly would like to get some information during the stream about what happened in Gaza. Our viewer, Mom, thinks daylight brought quietness. Hang on a moment here. Still hearing the drone, not hearing booms at the moment. Give me one moment here. It is 5:53. We still don't know what the nature of this incident is. Seems like there's still it seems like there's still a blackout on the Israeli media about reporting on this. Maybe that'll end soon. Sean's News says, could they be keeping it secret because there's a high casualty number? I don't know, if it's because there was a military operation going on, or because it's bad news and they want to manage it, or if it's because they need to talk to the families of the victims before they can release it publicly. I'm not sure. There were some reports that said around 15 or 16 Israeli soldiers had been killed or injured in an ambush. I don't know if those are true. And a lot of fighting that we were watching and hearing in Gaza overnight. Brax and Supernatural Infinite Supreme think that the media blackout is for all of the above reasons. Shlomi says they inform families first. But it's just, clearly there's been, as I said, in the major Israeli news outlets and all the Israeli reporters I follow, no one has said a peep about it. Not a peep. Maybe something at 6 in the morning. That's what one of our viewers said. Uh-oh. Hang on a moment here. Let me just do something real quick. Fiona thinks embargo is the correct word. Maybe they both would apply. One of our viewers said IDF has morning briefing. Montresor says. I've been checking the major media outlets like N12 and Con News and stuff. I've seen nothing about it. The Israeli outlets. And it was asked about when Netanyahu and Trump took questions, and I don't even see the Israeli media reporting on it being asked about. What is this? There is a new announcement. There's a new announcement right now. We have an announcement. We have an announcement from the Israeli. There's a couple announcements from Israel about fallen soldiers. 5 soldiers were killed. It looks like 5 soldiers were killed. Hang on a moment here. I'm seeing this right now. And 2 were severely injured. IDF announces 5 soldiers were killed and 2 severely injured during an incident. I'll show you the announcement. Hang on one second here. I'm just seeing it right now. In northern Gaza, they say 5 have been killed and 2 severely injured. All right, here it is. Let me show you right now. I'll show it to you right now. Now, I don't know if others were injured. Here, look, right now, I'm going to show you. Attached is an IDF announcement regarding the names of 2 fallen soldiers whose families have been notified. And it says in that announcement, which I'll also show you, that they fell in, right here. These 2 soldiers fell during combat in the northern Gaza Strip. That's all it says, combat in the northern Gaza Strip. So those are 2. And then it also says, during the incident, the same incident, 3 additional soldiers died. Their families have been notified and their names have not yet been cleared for publication and will be published later. Additionally, 2 other soldiers were severely injured during the incident. The soldiers were evacuated to a hospital to receive medical treatment and their families have been notified. Now, I don't know if there's other less serious injuries, but whatever this incident was in northern Gaza, 5 were killed and 2 were severely injured. And of those killed, let's see, there was a Staff Sergeant Meyer Shimon Amar, age 20, Sergeant Moshe Nisim Fretch, age 20, and 3 other soldiers fell, but we don't have their names yet, and 2 severely injured. And again, there may have been other injuries that were less severe. So again, 5 killed, 2 severely injured, and possibly others injured. And that's northern Gaza. So, and we don't know the nature of the incident. It hasn't been said, but they just posted this right now. Now, some reports earlier in the evening, some unconfirmed reports, had said something like 5 dead and over 10 wounded. So I don't know, if others were injured that are not mentioned here. And I don't know the nature of what happened. Some of these unconfirmed reports said it was an ambush. Yes, as one of our, Shlomo said 6 a.m. Shlomo was right. It was exactly at 6 a.m. I think they posted this. Actually, they posted it 4 minutes earlier than 6 a.m. So, Again, I don't know the nature of the incident. I also don't know, because we heard so much, we were hearing some intense fighting and seeing some big explosions overnight. Was that related to this? How does the combat, the fighting we were seeing in Gaza overnight after this incident related to it? Was it directly related to it? I don't know. Certainly condolences to the families of those who died and thoughts with those who were injured. There was some reporting in Palestinian media that some Palestinians had been killed and injured in airstrikes tonight. Condolences to their families and thoughts with those who were injured as well. So that is, I don't know, sorry, let me go back here. I don't know if we're going to be hearing more about the nature of the incident. Now, maybe we will, because I'm guessing maybe Israeli media will start reporting on it now, because they hadn't before. So let me check and see if Israeli media is reporting anything new about it. This was in northern Gaza. So, again, I would assume we're going to hear some more from Israeli media. All right, hang on a moment. I have an update. I have an update here. Okay. So let me read you something. This is from, there are two reporters. This is from the Israeli reporter Doron Kadosh. Israeli reporter Doron Kadosh. He says it was an operation in Beit Hanun, which is in Gaza. I think we might be looking at Beit Hanun. I believe Beit Hanun might be the closest. It's like the top right of Gaza, which I believe is the closest to this camera. It was part of an operation in Beit Hanun, which is the Gazan town opposite Sderot, which I believe is where this camera is. It says, Doron Kadosh says Israel has operated there many times during the war. It said, so Israel launched an attack there to attack and clear the area of terrorists. Okay? That's what Doron Kadosh says. He said it began shortly after 10 p.m. Israel time, about 8 hours ago. He says, what is this here? Okay, Doron Kadosh reports that there were two explosive devices, two explosive devices that went off as the Israeli force passed through the area. Oh, and it was he reports that it was remotely activated explosives from an ambush. And then during the evacuation of victims, says Doron Kadosh, terrorists, he says, so I assume it's Hamas forces, fired on the rescue forces from an ambush. The rescue forces suffered additional casualties, and the evacuation became complex and prolonged. And he says a shooting ambush after an IED detonation is characteristic of an operation that this has occurred. This type of attack on Israeli forces has occurred several times in recent weeks, he says. He says the attackers acted similarly in previous incidents. There was one recently in which 7 engineering fighters were killed in Khan Yunis. Oh, breaking news. He says 14 injured, 5 dead, 14 injured, 2 seriously, 6 moderately, and 6 lightly. All of them were evacuated to a hospital for medical treatment. So again, according to Doron Kadosh, Israeli reporter, there were 5 killed and 14 injured, 2 seriously, 6 moderately, and 6 lightly. And he says it was an attack similar to some other attacks in recent weeks, months, where there was a couple of IEDs detonated. Yeah, recent weeks. 2 IEDs detonated remotely, and then the attackers attacked the Israeli rescue forces. Wow. Wow. Manny Fabian posted about it too. Let me show you this. Manny says he's with Times of Israel. 5 Israeli soldiers were killed and 14 wounded last night by a roadside bomb. Well, it's not just a roadside bomb. I wonder if he'll update this, because it's not just a roadside bomb. It was a bomb followed by an attack. Because you can see it says the infantry soldiers were hit by a bomb during ground operations. During attempt to extract the casualties, the forces came under fire in the area. The military says the area where the attack took place was targeted from the air ahead of the troops' operations. So again, 5, that's from Manny Fabian and Times of Israel. It's a similar report to Doron Kadosh's report. So 5 dead and 14 injured. Wow. Hang on a moment here. So this was an IED plus firing on the rescue forces. Yeah, it's now being widely reported in Israeli media. Just give me a moment here. I'd like to find... Hang on. Okay, so again, it's really interesting. Doran Kadosh says that this kind of attack has happened several times in recent weeks. In incidents in which Hamas, he calls them Hamas terrorists, planted IEDs on Israeli forces, and then they attack the rescuing forces. Oh, by the way, it's not 14 severely injured. It's 2 severely injured. Sorry, I just when I was replacing the other headline, I didn't delete the word. 2 severely injured, 6 moderately injured, 6 lightly injured. I just didn't delete that word. So again, I'm sorry for that. It was up. It originally said 2 severely injured. So I'm very sorry that I just didn't delete it when I replaced the headline. I said it, and I didn't replace it in the headline, so I'm very sorry about that. Again, 14 injured, 2 severely, 6 moderately, 6 lightly, according to Doran Kadosh. Let's see here. Kadosh reports that 5 Israeli soldiers, hold on, soldiers were killed and 14 injured in the Hamas attack in a Hamas ambush in northern Gaza overnight, hours ago. Overnight. He says 2 IEDs were remotely detonated by Hamas, and then Hamas fired on the Israeli rescue forces. He also says several attacks like this have been carried out by Hamas in recent weeks. Okay. Sorry, I just wanted to get that posted. So that's the update. Let me read some of your comments here. How does this, we had that happen, and then there was a bunch of fighting, which we have been watching and listening to in Gaza for hours, overnight. Where does this leave the ceasefire? Does something like this happening make the Israeli population, does it put more political pressure on Netanyahu to get a ceasefire done and stop the war? You know, I don't know. And where is the ceasefire talks when we just saw a night where there was a bunch of fighting? Golf Wang Puck thinks that Netanyahu might want to use this to avoid having a ceasefire. There was a ceasefire that ended, a temporary ceasefire that roughly from January to May, a couple months. Then Israel broke it. Swamp News, this incident happened before we came on the air. None of the explosions that we saw, I don't believe, had anything to do with this incident, because the incident was already being reported a little bit unconfirmed before we came on the air. So I don't know what to expect coming up in Gaza, but it was quite striking to see those explosions that we saw and hear the fighting going on. I mean, again, here's this one we saw earlier. Look. Here it is. This was a couple hours ago. Look at that. Play it again, but I mean, we saw a number of large explosions in northern Gaza like that. Brothers of Detonados says insane stuff. Yeah, we saw a bunch of things. You know, we saw this one too. How about this one? Oh, you can't see what I'm looking at now, unfortunately. You can't see what I'm looking at. Hold on. I gotta show you now. This one here. That one right there. Our viewer mom says they went quiet right before the news broke. Yeah, I mean, about a half an hour ago, we stopped hearing any kind of booms on the. It seems like we stopped hearing the booms on the Gaza cam. So, anyways, that's the report about what happened. Also, another thing you wonder is there's been several incidents like this in recent weeks. So, are there going to be more? Noam Amir, who is a commentator for Channel 14 in Israel, calls it a major disaster. What did the bombs hit? According to reporter Doron Kadosh, they hit an infantry force. Well, I don't know if he specified. You know what? I think Manny Fabian says they hit the IEDs hit not armored vehicles. Manny Fabian of Times of Israel said that the initial IEDs were planted on us. Well, he said one bomb on the side of the road. Doron Kadosh said two. Manny Fabian said infantry soldiers were hit by a bomb planted on the side of the road, and they were not inside an armored vehicle. And then during attempts to extract the casualties, the rescue forces came under fire in the area. So I don't know where that leaves us. With the ceasefire negotiations. Anyways, well, we'll have to see what happens. But again, it wasn't just that incident happened. There was a bunch of fighting going on in Gaza that we were hearing and seeing some of for hours. So, I mean, this is 21 months after this war began. So we'll have to see what happens. Zinkman says, will it ever end? All right, guys. Well, we've been on for a while covering this, and we did get you the update about what happened. So, I think at this point, I'm going to start wrapping up this stream. So I appreciate you guys being here for our coverage of this incident and our coverage of the fighting in Gaza. And if there's more big developments, maybe we'll do another live stream. I will also post updates on my X account, which is @Lookner. @LOOKNER. That's where I post about breaking news when we're not on the air. So if you want to, you can follow me over there. I don't know if we'll be doing another Texas stream. Maybe we will. I was covering this today. I've been posting about Texas on my X account. And but I do appreciate people being here for the coverage. Appreciate you watching. And thanks also for everybody who's been sending me updates and letting me know what you're hearing about. And also, thanks for letting me read your comments on the air and your questions and participating in the chats, those who did that. Hang on a second here. Everything's all messed up. Everything's messed up. Okay, that's better. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda here, agenda-free TV. If there's big news later tonight, we can always do another stream. But if you want to see more coverage, you can subscribe, follow if you want, agenda-free TV. Also, I would recommend turning our notifications on because I can't tell you in advance when there's going to be big news and when we might come on the air to cover it. So, big breaking news. So we have a notification system. It works awesome. It's free. You sign up once, you get notified whenever we go live. So sign up for the notifications. The mods will post the link to the notifications in the chat. Excuse me. Oh, you can also find them in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. Let me just make sure it gets posted over there. I'm looking here. What is the notifications command? I can't remember. Is it this one? Let's see. We'll get it posted for you. I found it. Okay. Or one of the mods did. And as I said before, condolences to the families of the Israeli soldiers who were killed, and thoughts with those who were injured. I hope they survive and recover. And same with the reported Palestinians who were killed and injured in Israeli airstrikes tonight. Condolences with their families and thoughts with the people who were injured. That the conflict still goes on. After 21 months. 21 months to the day since the Hamas attack on Israel, which then led to the Israeli war on Hamas in Gaza. Okay, so I really appreciate you being here, and I really appreciate our moderators who have been here. Thanks so much to our moderators who have been in here during the stream. They're the ones who keep things under control in the chat and respectful. It's great that we can have different people with different views talking in our chat, but it's our mods that allow us to do that. So thank you, Rusty G over there moderating on YouTube. Thank you, Rusty, and all of our other YouTube moderators who have been here. On Twitch, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and all of our Twitch moderators. Thanks so much. Shannon Davis Hughes, Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Valerie Gale Griffin on Facebook. Thank you to them. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. Thank you so much to all of our moderators. Really appreciate it. Thanks to everybody who donated to the channel. Super nice of you guys. That is what allows this channel to exist, is your support. I have to shout out again. Where'd it go? Hold on a second here. Jean-Paul Lachance, who, if you missed it, I think Jean-Paul gave like 400 memberships. So thank you to Jean-Paul, and thank you everybody else for your support. By the way, I owe a thank you to Sausage, to Bass 300, to Captain Jerry Donnelly. There's a view, Amit Jarwata, who thinks no more ceasefire. Now, again, there wasn't one active now, but there's negotiations going on for one. And I know there's been fighting in Gaza, but I don't remember recently seeing this kind of activity on this camera. Maybe I'm wrong, but especially those big explosions. This was a lot of military activity going on tonight there, overnight. Thank you, Wesley Warren. And Captain Jerry Donnelly says, are the hostages even alive? There's reportedly around 50 hostages with around 20 of them alive. Read a couple articles that said that tonight. Thank you also to John Deeds on Twitch for your support, and Quake Clouds. Thanks, Quake Clouds, for your support. And, it's interesting. I will say that the early reports I was seeing, and I saw, for example, Al Hadath had reported hours ago that they had heard, and Al Jazeera had reported this too. They were saying 5 killed and around 10 injured. And those reports were basically correct, the ones early on, the unconfirmed ones. Sometimes they're not, but they were today. Okay, so I want to mention we do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not live. The Discord chat. A bunch of our viewers like doing that. So if you're interested in that, you can check it out. It's the same. It's free. It's the same link as the free notifications link. So if you'd like, check out the Discord chat. Thank you to our Discord mods for all you do, by the way. Thank you. And also, another good way to find out when we're going live is to follow the channel on X. I always post on our X. Oops, that's that. I always post on our X before we're going live. That is at Agenda Free TV on X. I post updates about the channel there. So if you're over on X, you can follow us there. And for those of you who watch on YouTube, I would suggest turning on the YouTube notifications, because that can help you find out when we're live. It's a little tricky to do that, though. What you need to do on YouTube to turn on the notifications is you need to subscribe to the channel, then click the bell and choose all notifications. So again, subscribe, click the bell, and choose all notifications. I want to thank our Facebook subscribers who support the channel by subscribing over on Facebook. Thank you. People like Lou Knight and Robert Rial II, Rita Evans Lang, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Christy Claft, Erin Van S., Sharon Klassen Goslin. Thank you. All of our Facebook subscribers over there. Thanks so much for supporting the channel. Did I thank also Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, they subscribe. Thank you. And our Twitch subscribers, thank you so much to all of our subscribers over there, like Wall Street and Shaggy, LCS Fox, and Allistic, Jack's Animals, Shells, and Joe Chingon, and Remove Glazers Now, Dark Zeeds, Tatsiki, thank you for subscribing on Twitch, Golf Wang Puck, thank you, Big Dog Gaming, I feel like I skipped somebody over, CC143, Devil Doc, and my Florida 22, and all of our other subscribers on Twitch, LCS Fox, thank you. And our YouTube members like Eddie C., Wendy Lance, Shane Nolan, including a bunch of our new members. We have a bunch of new members. So many people gave memberships, not just John Paul LaChance, but others as well. John Paul gave a lot, though. Eddie C., Johnny 58, Anak 123, Pacific Snark West, thanks for being a member. Grammy Sammy, Dean R., Debbie B., GM2 Rob Guns, Captain Canada, Beep Beep, Tom Witcher, Music Muse, Roger Shoemaker, Johnny 58, Bob Wyndham, Peter Chung Peter, Judas Maccabeus, Brew Tender, Patricia Grace, Fiona CD, Dean R. C. Chase, J. Marie, Wickedest Witch, all of our other members as well, and all of our other viewers. Thanks for tuning in. Thank you, Yeet P. I mean, I certainly hope that soon the hostilities there in Gaza could come to an end, but we're not. Doesn't seem like from tonight that we're really close there, and you never know though. But this 21 months after October 7th. Thank you, Dennis Britt, for watching. Billy Anderson, thank you for watching. Brian Shy over there on Facebook. Billy Joe Drage, thank you. Juliana Martin, Matt Kinney. Hype Tempo thinks you can't negotiate with terrorists. All right, guys, I am going to wrap this up. So again, I do appreciate you being here. You've been watching our live coverage of the incident in Gaza, where it turns out that 5 Israeli soldiers were killed and 14 injured in an ambush by Hamas. That is it for now. Thank you for watching. We will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.